Assault weapons ban vote happening now on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. The first time in 30 years, the American Firearms Association is covering it live for you here all afternoon and possibly into the evening. My name is Patrick Parsons with the American Firearms Association, alongside my colleague, Ben Dorr. Guys, let us know where you are watching from. Pound that like button, pound that share button. Comment in the comments section where you're watching from. Ben, I know you've been monitoring the House floor all day and all afternoon. Go ahead and pipe us in there, guys, and we're going to put our chat box up, and we're just going to sit here along with y'all, vent, get it all out today, guys, because you're going to hear some nasty stuff on the House floor, and it's going to be a close vote. There's no doubt about that, Ben. Yeah. So if you want to go ahead and send us over there, looks like
sure.
Chip Roy of Texas
is
talking.
He's always good. Let's pull it in here once.
So let's listen in.
Pipe it in. Turn this up.
Gang members and criminals that are coming in and harming the American people, including people that are affiliated with terrorist countries and organizations. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't seem to care a whit about that. Yesterday, Mayor Bowser is all upset because 4,000 people have been bused to D.C. from Texas since April. 4,000 people. You know how many people were apprehended in Texas yesterday? About 4,000 people. Welcome to the party, because that's the reality of what we're dealing with at our southern border. And virtually all of the people being apprehended are being released into the United States under notice to appear or parole. There is only one barrier to all being released, and that is the use of Title 42 during a pandemic. Now, I notice a number of the staff, a number of the folks on the other side of the aisles, people that are still masked. We still are under emergency declarations. And yet we're going to allow people to flow into this country, and we're going to remove the one last vestige of security that this administration remotely will actually look at and use, Title 42 at our border. They're building facilities to process more people to release them into the United States. Mayor Bowser wants to complain and then call out the National Guard because 4,000 people were shipped from Texas to D.C.
So this is Chip Roy of Texas, guys. He's on the Judiciary Committee. Strong Second Amendment supporter.
Dang party.
Each side gets 30 minutes to talk before the vote. We expect there's going to be multiple votes here, guys. Could be here for a while, so buckle up. Like, share, pound those buttons, guys. Pound those buttons. Let us know where you're watching from.
Yeah, this vote is happening. When this debate is over, the vote is happening on the House floor when this debate is done.
For how much they love brown people for having open borders. Well, the brown people in South Texas are sick and tired of it. The brown people of South Texas that I know, the candidates on my side of the aisle, are standing up for a secure border, and that begins with enforcing our laws under Title 42 during a pandemic to ensure that we turn people away. My friend Yvette Harrell introduced a bill that would solve the problem, and that is what we would proceed to. We have a discharge petition that would unleash that bill. I welcome any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join that discharge petition, perhaps particularly if you're in a tough race. You might want to be able to go home and say, do you actually care about a secure border? But what I'll tell you is that we should be moving to secure the border of the United States rather than fooling the fool's errand of unconstitutional taking of the American Second Amendment rights. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just say something to my friend from Pennsylvania. Maybe it's true that the military doesn't use AR-15.
This is radical communist Jim McGovern of Massachusetts.
That mass shooters do.
This guy's human trash.
And we saw what an AR-15
Chairman of the House Rules Committee.
We saw what it could do in Buffalo.
He's the one who worked with Pelosi to usher this thing through to the House floor to rig the rules.
We're watching. The parents who lost their children in Uvalde, they're watching. People who've lost loved ones to mass shootings all around this country are watching.
I want to welcome in everybody who's coming in off of our email newsletter as well, guys. Some of y'all are checking in right now.
Weapon or this or that, whatever. And
welcome. Pound that like button, pound that share button, comment in the comments where you're coming from, where you're watching from today.
The bodies were blown apart. And you want to talk about extreme positions. We just had a Rules Committee meeting, and Mr. Massey testified before the Rules Committee. You may recall the back and forth between him and Mr. Raskin, when Mr. Raskin essentially asked him whether or not machine guns should be legal. And Mr. Massey responded by saying, well, I think states should make that determination. So that means that if a state wanted to make machine guns legal, it's somehow okay.
Yes, it is.
You want to talk about extremism. We've seen what extremism is all about from many of my friends on the other side of the aisle. And we've seen the power of the gun lobby, the blood money that is poured into campaigns that has resulted in the floor and making these ridiculous arguments for us to do nothing.
Shut up.
This is a moment when people have to stand up and be counted. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Oh boy, there she goes. There goes Sheila.
Yikes.
There goes Sheila. There she go.
Said Democrat staffer slamming the tripod.
Oh, did he?
See
What a
the
jerk.
lengths that Democrats have gone to simply try to save lives. With
This
John
is the
Lewis
same representative who
not regarding
introduced national ID, massive gun control.
said you have got to do something, as John Lewis said, never give up, never give in, never give out. The moral authority of this Congress
Never give out.
failed because my friends on the other side of the aisle just could not see the carnage and bloodshed that happened to Parkland or Sandy Hook and elsewhere. Now we have in the backdrop El Paso, we have Uvalde, and I repeat myself, going there days after that tragedy and literally hugging crying 9-year-olds who should be in the playground, who are crying because of their lost and deceased friends.
Shall not be infringed, Sheila.
Somehow, 2 of them, one that bled to death and one that smeared themselves with blood to live. Do we now stand in the way of stopping carnage and bloodshed? And my good friend that I've done a lot of things with, M4, M16, all weapons of war, if I have the correct numbers, and I believe I do.
What things have you done,
You
Sheila?
can pontificate about that. But
This
frankly,
woman was a federal judge, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody Google that.
and assault-style weapons still do not belong in civilians' hands because the munitions that are used in war, when soldiers can't even bring their weapons of war home.
Hey guys, if you want all of your friends to see how crazy these Democrats are,
Or
like,
traveling
share,
as a civilian,
push this all over your social media. I see we have a lot of y'all on YouTube today, guys.
killed those children in Parkland, Highland. That's what killed them in Uvalde, in Buffalo. That's what killed these people in El Paso. And in the hands, in some instances, of white supremacists. But let me be clear.
A white supremacist.
Delaney for
Premise,
this.
yeah. It was Byron Donalds of Florida, Republican, who said the other day, of course it's all tragic. No one wants anyone to die, but that's no reason that our Second Amendment should be destroyed or shredded or changed, period.
That will raise crime and death and murder and killings in America like nothing we've ever seen before. If they take away our firearms, if they outlaw our Second Amendment, we will see crime like we've never seen, and then they'll blame it on something else.
That's right. Hey guys, this has been a long fight. I don't like the people who say, or I don't like hearing people say, "Oh, it's going to die in the Senate." Guys, David Hogg just yesterday was saying there's going to be more shootings. There's going to be more shootings. I don't buy it. Yeah, maybe they don't have the votes now, but you better believe they'll get the votes if it's bad enough.
Oh, yeah.
And so give me a break. Keep up the fight, guys. If you're not yet a member, of the American Firearms Association, join up at joinafa.org. Joinafa.org, guys. Hop on board and join today. This is going to be an hour-long debate. You're going to have Democrats and Republicans here. This is Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, hardcore communist.
They just said in the House Judiciary Committee hearing on this that gun violence costs America $590 billion a year.
They're full
Gun
of it, man.
violence. I mean, maybe your riots of 2020, but these people are just pulling stuff right out of their rear ends and trying to use it as fact to take our guns away. Let's go
Absolutely,
back to you,
Ben. Hey, we got a pretty good crowd for YouTube, guys. Good to see y'all over there on YouTube watching. Who's coming up there? This is Russian Thaler. He is, I think, second member on the House Rules Committee on the Republican side from Pennsylvania.
It's because those are fully automatic weapons. They are not AR-15s. The gentle lady actually answers her own question. The M16, the M4 platform are automatic. The AR-15 is not automatic. They're two different platforms.
We should have those too.
And the gentleman from Texas said words to the effect of, "What are we doing? Why are Republicans not doing enough?" Or words to that effect. Well, let me remind my colleagues across the aisle that it was Republicans, not Democrats. It was Republicans in 2017 that had the Fix NICS Act. It's Republicans that are trying to get legislation passed to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, not out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. And it was the last administration under President Trump that banned bump stocks.
Boo.
The administration let that ban expire.
And what the hell did we get for that? The American Firearms Association was the only organization in the White House talking to domestic policy staff about why these bans and these red flag laws were bad and how politically Republicans never get anything.
This guy sucks here.
Acquiescing to the Democrats.
Yeah, this guy Mario Diaz-Balart is pretty bad. I don't know what all he's done, but he sucks.
Does the administration not remember the caravans headed to the southern border when the administration just announced?
So, yeah, I mean, this is a little weird on the Republican side. They're making this all about, like, I mean, I agree. You're doing this instead of securing the border. I don't like it. It's not my favorite thing, but they're doing what they're going to do.
So, I mean, so that's what I was saying a minute ago. If we keep trying to give the left a little piece, right? It was the last administration that did Fix NICS. It was the last administration that banned bump stocks. And look, here we are on assault weapons ban day. We got nothing for it. The American people got nothing for it. The Republican Party got nothing for it. So why do we keep acquiescing to this bullshit?
The Pause Act to help give our border agents the tools that they need in order to achieve operational control of the border. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the state of Georgia, 2 minutes to Mr. Heiss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, so this is Jody Heiss from the eastern Piedmont of Georgia.
Radical friends on the left.
He's leaving Congress here soon, not running for re-election.
Celebrate the killing of 3,000 through abortion every single day.
Amen.
But Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this rule that allows consideration of the assault weapons ban. But what we have here going on right now is a complete disregard.
On the plane with Heiss the other day. Talked to him for a second.
It started yesterday and it's continuing here today. The House floor is being run like a circus, quite frankly, and the American people deserve better than this. They continue, the Democrats do, to ram legislation through without proper notice and without even markup in committees. The floor should be run.
Let us know where you're watching from in the comments section.
That is totally out of control right now.
Having thousands of comments on here today, guys.
The rules and the norms.
Comment, like, share. Pass this around to your friends who think they would love to watch this today, this nonsense.
Yeah, for those of you tuning in right now, this is the vote that's happening on the so-called assault weapons ban, H.R. 1808. This is happening on the House floor today. This is the debate before the vote, and we're making sure you guys get to hear everything that's happening here. Share this video with your family and friends because we're going to be on here probably until this whole thing is over, whatever this looks like. We're being told this vote is going to be very, very close. So keep putting pressure on your Congress members and keep pushing, guys.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, very briefly, maybe the gentleman hasn't been paying attention to what's been going on around here, but this bill actually had a hearing, had a markup, 14 hours in the Judiciary Committee. The text has been available 72 hours in advance. The manager's amendment was made available on Tuesday night. I mean, I don't know what the heck he's talking about, but anyway, I reserve my time.
And reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Now, while we're here debating about an assault weapons ban so that the chairman of the Judiciary Committee can campaign when he goes back home, which is really odd because in that district, in that area of New York, they don't seem to be suffering from as much crime as the rest of New York, where people really do need guns to defend themselves, or maybe the rest of America, or like Atlanta in my home state of Georgia. And I will tell you something right now. I thank God for AR-15s because there have been a lot of people that have saved their own lives and defended others. And I'll remind you of a few. How about an 8-month pregnant woman who saved her husband and daughter's life from home invaders who were trying to kill them? Thank God she had an AR-15. Let me remind you of a man that had an AR-15 that was able to defend a church from a mass shooter who killed 26 people in the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs, Texas. Thank God for his AR-15. Let me explain something to my Democrat colleagues. You can pass as many gun control laws as you like, but no one will stop a murderer. No one is going to hand over a gun who has murder in their heart. Do you think that your gun control laws are going to cause criminals to come running to hand over the AR-15s that they possess? No, I don't think so. So if you're concerned about protecting Americans and saving lives, stop voting to kill babies up until the day of birth. Care about those children,
Yes.
their body parts, and then do something about all the crime all over America that are affecting every single day Americans. How about our border? How about our border being overrun with drugs and fentanyl and human trafficking? Do you care about those people, those migrants who are dying on the way because of your policies of open borders? Oh, no, it's not the gun that is the problem. It's the policies. And it's the policies that you're pushing right now that are hurting Americans and causing our
The
country to
gentleman's
not
time
be
has
safe.
expired.
Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Members are again asked to remember to direct their comments to the chair.
Oh,
The
shut
gentleman
up.
from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yeah, so we're gonna go back and forth here, guys, between the Republicans and Democrats.
I'm going to reserve.
Here's McGovern, such a freaking idiot.
Recognized.
Who's up now?
There's still 2 great commonwealths, right? Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time. I yield myself the balance of the time we have left for my closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm incredibly disappointed, but
So no more
unfortunately
speakers,
not at all
huh?
surprised that once again, we're
Wow.
considering legislation that will do nothing more than penalize law-abiding citizens while doing absolutely nothing about the root cause of gun violence. We know from history, we know from numerous studies that I've talked about today, that assault weapon bans do not work. So why is this bill coming before us today? It's just the latest in the House Democrats' never-ending attack on America's Second Amendment rights. I therefore urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have great respect for my friend from Pennsylvania and all my colleagues on the Rules Committee. And I know they feel strongly about this issue. And I believe that many of the concerns that they have raised are unwarranted. And this bill deals with many of them. And as has been said repeatedly,
This guy is so full of crap.
These guns.
What else
it
can
is dealing
you
with-
say? We've been fighting this thing for months.
It is dealing with
Not
ways
just this, but the gun control.
that we can better protect the people of this country. And so it's frustrating
Last
when we hear
month, the NRA
arguments
supported.
about, you used the word, you said military style. This technically isn't a military weapon, or we have all these numbers that have been kind of manipulated and presented as reasons for us to do nothing. I find that really disconcerting. I mean, when you, and maybe it's because so many people are dying. Maybe it's because so many people are being murdered by these weapons. I mean, the sheer number is incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible. That's why we don't even say it.
Lost the human ability to feel what that really means.
This guy, I promise you, lives in a nice gated community, makes more money, lives in a nicer house, lives in a safer area in his district than probably anybody watching this video. This guy doesn't give a rat's ass about the people, about people's lives. When he sits there, oh, the number of deaths is just incomprehensible. And you know what? When people get killed anyway, if they ban these firearms, they're going to blame it on the guns. And then when people get killed because they don't have the tools necessary to protect themselves, well, then nobody's going to give a crap. Who cares if you get shot because you didn't have a gun? Who cares if you got run over or stabbed or something else? This guy doesn't give a rat's. He's a total communist piece of crap.
Hey,
and it's infuriating.
I'm pissed off listening to this guy too. I want to take a second here, guys. For those of y'all who are watching who've just joined up, we do roll call here at AFA. We've got Don in Pulteney, Vermont, has just joined up as a member of the American Firearms Association. James in Southport, Florida. Eric in Sussex, New Jersey. Kyle in Troy, New York is in. Jeff in San Diego, California is a new member of AFA. We've got Alan in Sebastian, Florida. Join up at joinafa.org. Somebody else just came in. Patrick in Imperial, Missouri is in, guys. Back to the video, guys. Let us know where you're watching from. Like and share. Yeah, I like this, Ben. I like this angle right here. Yes, I think one of our colleagues was asking. Yes, I think this is the hour of debate, or whatever they do. They could go less than that. With the lead in into the vote. So this will probably be a vote on the rule here, and we'll go from there. Let's hear what he's saying. Yeah. I'll shut up.
Talk to the families. Talk to those who lost loved ones in one of these massacres. And as I said, I mean, to defend, AR-15s, I mean, that can destroy the bodies of people.
You mean like tyrants?
Remind you that the children in Uvalde, many of them had to be identified by DNA. I mean, at some point we have to say enough is enough. At some point we have to turn our words into action. And I'm hoping and praying that this is the day. So I urge all my colleagues to vote for the rule and vote for the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question of the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam
Somebody's
Speaker.
going to ask for a
The yeas and nays have been requested.
a recorded vote. So they did what's called a voice vote there,
Rise.
where there's like
A
20
sufficient
people.
number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
So this will probably go a lot longer than 15 minutes, guys. We're just going to stay here with y'all throughout. This is a vote on the rule. What you heard there for a minute was what was called a voice vote. And a voice vote is there could be 20 people in the hall there or in the Congress, and whoever's the loudest technically wins, right? Well, I mean, if the Democrats are in the majority or Republicans in the majority, they're going to win the voice vote. And so you saw Guy Rushenthaler from Pennsylvania. He requested the yeas and nays. So they're going to have a recorded vote instead of a voice vote. This is something you saw. You saw Chip Roy. You saw Jody Heiss. You saw Congresswoman Green from Georgia. This is something that they're members of what's called the Freedom Caucus. This is something that they've harped on for a long time, is getting a recorded vote on everything, not just allowing voice votes. It's been kind of one of the cause celebrities, so to speak, or whatever the phrase is for Congresswoman Green, to get an actual vote. I think all of us here can agree. We'd like to have a recorded vote, right? So who cares how long it takes? And we'll watch the vote count come in here. You're going to see them trickle in. It's 2:45. A lot of them are in their offices. Some of them are going to proxy vote, and meaning they're not going to be there and they'll vote instead. But
imagine
guys, if
that.
you just exactly. Imagine that
Getting paid
We'll go over that.
$175,000 a year, $175,000 a year to vote on their cell phones. That's cute.
Yeah, and they'll call their colleague up, or the staff will call the other staff up and say, "Hey, we're gonna vote this way or that way," and they go vote proxy. Guys, if you're just now joining us, Patrick Parsons here with the American Firearms Association, alongside my colleague Ben Dorr. We are covering live the assault weapons ban vote happening now. This is what's called a vote on the rule. So they're voting on, is there amendments, how much debate, et cetera, et cetera. If the nays win it, then the rule dies, right? I think they have to go back to rules. If the yeas win, which is very likely, then they're going to go forward with the next vote. Now, let us know where you're watching, Patrick? From.
Do we have any idea how many different rules they have to vote on?
I think there's going to be at least a couple votes here, maybe 3. So I need to dig back into it. I don't know off the top of my head. But for those of y'all just now joining us, I know a lot of y'all have come in off our email list newsletter today. A lot of them are y'all are on our social media pages. You're on our YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from. It's always good when gunners around the country can interact with each other, because you're not alone. We are fighting this together. To recap just a little bit, a couple days ago, this bill was pulled from the House Rules Committee. Last night, Pelosi used a parliamentary procedure called same-day voting, where normally a bill like this would have to sit for a whole day, but they passed it last night in conjunction with this bald guy, McGovern, that you guys have been seeing up there. Democrats have been jockeying for votes. There's 220 Democrats, 211 Republicans. Apparently 4 Democrats, as of a few days ago, are voting against this. 216 is all they need, because there's currently 4 vacant seats. Normally they would need 218. So that's where we stand now. The question is, how many Republicans are going to vote for this? How narrow is the margin? Is Adam Kinzinger going to vote for it? Chris Jacobs from New York, Maria Salazar from South Florida, is Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio, Scott Franklin from Pennsylvania, and some others, which would be a real final dagger in the back from these Republican House members who elected them. Ben, you've been monitoring some of these speeches. I mean, we get our blood boiling here. This guy McGovern is just over the top. For those of y'all who missed him, God bless you for missing him, but this guy's rough.
Looks like Aaron's joining here. I mean, these people just have no souls. They'll look right into that camera and they will say stuff they don't believe. They will lie right to your face in ways that normal people just can't even hardly comprehend. Because I don't normally walk around and just look at people and just lie right to their faces, because I'm a professional liar. But that's what these people are. And like we talked about in the last live cast, these people are working hard to disarm their political opponents. That's what this is about. It's about, we are on the right wing of American politics. They're on the left wing of American politics. And so they would very much enjoy taking away our ability to fight back against a tyrannical government, to protect ourselves. They want us to be totally disarmed. I don't think they have anything good in mind for us. I don't think they have anything good in mind for the future of our country. We saw what they did with the lockdowns. We saw what Fauci did. We saw what they did with all of these things. They want more of the same, and they're going to keep pushing for it.
Well, Aaron has joined us, guys. You know him from obviously here at the American Firearms Association and state legislatures playing all over the country, courthouses as well. Okay, you getting that back up there, Ben? I definitely get that House floor vote up. I think people want to watch that vote. Aaron, you know, one of the things I admire about these Democrats, not many things, but that one I certainly admire, is that they go for it.
Oh, yeah.
If Republican control in November, let's rock it out, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just talking a moment ago with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why I couldn't join the video here a few moments ago. And I was talking to Congresswoman Greene saying that the problem that we have so often with the Republicans who are on the floor is that they're so tepid, they're so timid. They talk about hunting, they talk about sports, they talk about crime, which is an important part of this. But like Marjorie and I was discussing, this is about tyranny. That's the bottom line. So when these people are talking about Uvalde, yeah, that's terrible. That guy should have been shot dead by a cop in 10 seconds, not, an hour and a half after he walked in that school. That's a horrible situation. But this is more horrible. I have the list right here, and you've all seen this before. 49 to 78 million people killed last century in China by their government because they're disarmed. Russia, 23 million. Germany, 12 million. The Congo, 8 million. Japan, 5 million. Turkey, 1.2 million. Cambodia, 1.7 million. North Korea, 1.6 million. Ethiopia, and the list goes on and on and on. And nobody else talks about this with the American Firearms Association. We're not here worrying about your hunting rights. That's part of this, sure. But make no mistake, when you watch McGovern, when you watch Pelosi, when you watch AOC, these people are evil tyrants, and they want to impose the kind of tyranny on us that we can't even imagine. The only reason why it hasn't happened yet is because we're the most well-armed country on earth. And if we lose that, if they pass this bill and ban the sale of AR-15s, we will see darkness and tyranny like we have never seen before, guys. This is terrible stuff. We have to take action as fast as we possibly can.
Well, you just,
and I think
I just want to mention, you just read
go
the
ahead.
numbers.
Make a point, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you just read the numbers, Aaron, but man, it's like these people are screaming up here. 40,000 people die every year. 40,000.
Yeah.
And Aaron just listed off like 125 million people who have been killed by their own governments just in the last century. Hundreds of millions. We've watched this stuff happen. So don't let those numbers roll on too fast. This is way past what these radical leftists are talking about. They're perfectly happy to kill 75 million unborn babies. We've watched these regimes all across the world as part of our history. Well, it's not part of our history books anymore. They've taken all of that out of education. But that will be, I believe it 100% that will be the future of our country. If we allow these people to disarm the American people, they'll find some other way to inflict tyranny on us that we will not be able to fight back on. And I believe that will lead to the downfall of America if we allow that stuff to happen.
So, guys, this vote is going to be open for a while. As you can see, it's 10-10. What that means is there's about 410 people who haven't voted yet. This is a vote on the rule for the so-called assault weapons ban. I want to welcome in everybody who's joining us via our email newsletter or social media. Welcome to everybody over on YouTube. Down in the comment sections. We're going to be here for a while. This vote's going to go on for a while. Then we're going to have another vote, guys. But I want to do a little roll call right now. All have heeded the call. Look, Pelosi may have the votes today. Okay, she may have the votes. This woman here is proxy voting for a bunch of people. I think it's Carolyn Maloney or somebody from New York. If somebody tell them in the comment sections. Teresa opened the email. Thanks, Teresa. But I'll read a list of new members of the Fire Association. Guys, here's Randy in Upland, California is in. Thank you, Randy. Lonnie in Rossville, Georgia. Thank you, Lonnie, for coming on board. Join up at joinafa.org. There's Tracy in North Ohio, Kyle in Stryker, Ohio, Mike in Pflugerville, Texas is in. There's Donald in Dunn, North Carolina is a member of the American Firearms Association. Mark in Beaver Meadows, Pennsylvania is in. Thank you, Mark. There's Michael in Rochester, New York. There's Justin in Brunswick, Maryland. And there's Lori in Topeka, Kansas. Those names that I just read off are great American patriots who are joining up right now as members of the American Firearms Association. We invite y'all to come on board right now. What these members of Congress are doing is called proxy voting, which I think is a crock of crap. They're voting for other people. And I think most of us here agree, maybe all of us do, that it's the crap, guys. But I'm going to be here for a while, guys, and we invite y'all to like this video, share it with friends who you think might like it as well. And we're just going to sit here and chat about what's going on here. What happened after this? This is Jersey, the lead sponsor of the bill. Ben, you know, you operate sometimes in a state that's a radical left-wing governor that has a radical left-wing legislature, and that's Minnesota, is one of the states that you operate in there in the legislature. They go for it. And I correct me if I'm wrong, the Democrats still control everything there in Minnesota?
Nope. Republicans have the Senate,
Okay.
Democrats have the House, the governorship, the attorney general, and virtually everything else.
But when they have it all, they go for it, right? And you see that at the state level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I want to mention here for those watching on the left-hand side, you can see it's not the full screen right there, but you can see the yays and the nays already on there. So you can see 21 yays, 22 nays. So if you're looking for those numbers, that's how we're going to see it. So the total is on the bottom there, 21, 23 so far as the votes continue to trickle on in. And speaking of trickling in and out, we're gonna be coming in and out of this video all day. I know Aaron's working on a bunch of projects right now for AFA on his end. I think he's gonna bounce out. He'll be coming back in again. And we're ride or die on this whole show, this whole vote, everything that's happening today. So Aaron, if you have to go, you can go, but we're gonna be coming in and out of this as the day goes on.
Yeah, guys, keep that pressure up. And back in touch with you guys in a little bit. I'm going to talk to some more members of Congress and see what's going on and get a better sense of the timing. And when I do, be back in touch. Take care.
All right, see you, Aaron. No, what you said is absolutely correct, Patrick. In Minnesota, when they didn't even have the majorities, the Democrats hammered for everything. They went after everything they wanted. They put statewide gun registration up for a vote. They put up red flag gun confiscations for a vote. They pushed this stuff even when they didn't have the votes. They pushed for everything, and we had to fight like hell to stop them. We really did. And we have done so. But when Republicans got the majority in Minnesota, in that legislature, they did nothing. They refused to touch any pro-gun bills. And that happens all the time. That's what happened in DC when Donald Trump became president. We had a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and they went, you know what? We're not going to touch national reciprocity. We're not going to touch any of this stuff. And then we lost the House in 2018. So when we get control again of Congress, we need to fight tooth and nail. We cannot, and I don't want to be all preachy, but we cannot, as a Second Amendment community, as a community of patriots and gun rights supporters, we cannot simply sit back and go, oh, good, Nancy Pelosi's not in charge anymore. I can just go to sleep. We're just not going to talk about these. We're good to go. I'm just, stop buying guns, stop buying ammo. We're not going to put pressure on Republican Congress members. We're just going to go to sleep. That's what has happened way too many times. When we get the majority back, we need to push to repeal the red flag funding that happened. We need to push to pass a national Second Amendment Preservation Act to defund gun control. We need to push for national reciprocity. We can't let Republicans do nothing like they've done before. That's the end of my little rant right there. It's frustrating, but we need to wrap our brains around this, I think, for the future, for future fights.
I mean, I think what you're going to see happen is, and we predicted this months ago, and I remember a lot of people in the gun rights community were like, "Oh, you guys are idiots. Your sky is falling, people. You guys are full of crap." Yada 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 yada. And I said, I think it was March, maybe the first time I said it's kamikaze style gun control from the Democrats. Yes. They know they're getting slaughtered in November. They know that, but they're trying to get all the check marks crossed off in case something happens. Okay. And here's the problem with Republicans. Yes, Republicans are likely to take back the House and the Senate. When we were speaking with Congress Massey on the Gun Politics podcast, he said Republicans need to show how they're going to fight. Matt Gaetz said Republicans are going to need to show how they fight, how they're going to fight in the majority, and when we have the White House. So the point here is that what you're going to see in the next Congress is you're going to see the Republicans, this guy out of North Carolina, his name escapes me at the moment, the congressman who's the lead sponsor of national reciprocity. Okay, let's get it. That's the NRA's bill. That's easy. But what else are we getting? And we're not just going, Richard, damn it, what's that guy's name? I'll think of it in here a little bit. We are not going to settle. We're not going to settle, guys. We are just not going to settle for that. It's not enough. There's too many problems at the ATF. Too many to count. I don't know if you guys saw that video the other day of the woman who was doing the check on that gun shop, and she was like taking pictures with their cell phones of their purchase orders or whatever that form's called. And there needs to be a legitimate agenda that can't be derailed by Kevin McCarthy and leadership in the Republican Party. This is more proxy voting, guys. Here, this is Joe Negessi from Colorado, communist Democrat voting for other people. And there needs to be a legitimate agenda. National Stand Your Ground Act. Eliminate the ATF. Yes. Repeal of gun-free school zones. Second Amendment Preservation Act. All of these issues, at minimum, need to be on the table. They need to have committee hearings, and we need to rock out. Because that's what the left does. And that's why they funnel everything down. They get the committee hearings in. They do this. They do that. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
And then they finally get a vote on what they want. So that is what Republicans must do, and I think it's going to be incumbent upon people like us to hammer these people, work with our legislative allies in Congress to make sure
I
that we
think
can't just settle for national repeal of the NFA is another good one, Daryl.
Right.
Yeah, so go ahead there, Ben.
I was going to say, I think that people like Congressman Matt Gaetz from Florida are really fired up on this issue. I don't think he has any intention of getting the majority back and doing nothing with it. I think he wants to go after these people, and we should do that. One thing I want to mention. This is exciting. I like this. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments section. But this is great. I want people to see where everybody is watching from. What you're watching on the screen, the comments coming down here. This is a permanent record of everybody who's fighting with the American Firearms Association, who supports the Second Amendment right. This is not just a comment section that disappears like you have on YouTube sometimes. You know, what's on the screen will stay on the screen. So if you're a proud gun owner, if you're a proud Second Amendment supporter, we see South Dakota, Ohio, South Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, more South Carolina. We have New York checking in right now. They're coming in from all over the place. Wisconsin, Ohio. Everybody's watching. This is important for all of you lefties, for all of you people who hate our country and hate our Second Amendment rights. All across the country, in red states, blue states, purple states, and everywhere in between, the people support Second Amendment. They support our rights, and we know that with rights comes risk. We're willing to protect ourselves. We're willing to stand up and fight on behalf of what we believe in, to protect our families, our friends, our freedom. We don't want a nanny state. We don't want a cop on every corner. We don't need government agencies forcing their tyranny on us. We don't need the ATF to protect us. We don't need these things. Our forefathers didn't have any of those things. Our forefathers hacked this country out of a wilderness with nothing but their own wit and intelligence and strength and drive for freedom. And that's all we want, is to be left alone so we can have our rights, our freedoms, and our opportunity to make the most of our lives, make the most of this country that we have. We don't want this government forcing their bullshit on us. We don't want their so-called assault weapons bans. Local communities should be able to put guards and protection in schools where they see fit. We don't need the almighty federal freaking government telling us what we can do, when we can do it, where we can go, when we can go there, what we can own and what we can't own. So if you agree with that, guys, this is, in my opinion, and this is the heart and soul of the American Firearms Association. This is what we are fighting for. And I would invite you guys to go to joinafa.org. This is not just another political talking head. We're not Wayne LaPierre with the NRA buying $250,000 suits. None of those things. We bleed for our country. We love our freedom. And we want the best fighters, the best patriots in America to have their names on our membership roll so we can continue to fight these things and hammer on this stuff. So go to www.joinafa.org. You can see it on the bottom of the screen right there. And you can see on the left-hand side, we have, it just disappeared, but the yays, it says we have 71 yes votes so far. I didn't catch the nay vote, but obviously there's quite a few votes that have to happen here yet on this. So we have 73 yays, 70 nays. They already ran out their 15-minute time clock, you can see. But the votes are going to keep trickling on in here. And if there's anything worth listening to, we're going to turn the volume back up right away.
Yeah, Ben, you're right. The votes are starting to tick up here. There's no doubt about it. Again, this is on the rule. What happens is in the House Rules Committee before this, and Ben, you and Chris were on live earlier covering the House Rules Committee. That's where they set the rule for a vote. So you could have a rule that gets set that says there's going to be 95 amendments. Now, the majority typically sets this rule, right? Now, if you had 95 amendments, that would take a long time. They could say there's 0 amendments. It's a closed rule, or it's an open rule. Anybody can add an amendment. Then that doesn't normally happen. And what they did, and try to just walk it back here for everybody. Last night, I'm checking a couple things here. Last night in the House Rules Committee, they changed the rule, so to speak, on this bill to be a same-day vote, same-day vote rule. Normally, a controversial bill like this would need to sit for at least 24 hours before it could get voted on. They're trying to get out of town. They're voting probably late into the evening tonight, and so they're just going to ram it through. They changed the rules. And they're doing that on the House floor today, guys. That rule that they then they voted on earlier this morning. Then they went back to the House Rules Committee and set the rule for this vote, for the final vote. I know it may be confusing. It's all just crappy minutia that people are paid to understand. But that's what this vote is right now. Then we're going to have more votes and then a final vote on final passage of this bill, H.R. 1808, the so-called assault weapons ban. We've been telling you all about this for weeks now. Kamikaze-style gun control from these Democrats who are going to get slaughtered in November, politically speaking. We appreciate all of y'all for being on board here today, for making your calls, sending your emails, signing your petitions, and joining. Tons of new members coming on today at joinafa.org, guys. If you don't know much about us, head on over to AmericanFirearmsAssociation.org. Check any of our social media channels: Getter, Telegram, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Gab. We're on all of them. And YouTube, we've got a nice crowd on YouTube today, Ben. And I think our list likes it. So we'll probably be doing some more of that as well, guys. Subscribe to our YouTube page. Subscribe to our Facebook page. There's that nasty one, Debbie Wasserman Schultz from Florida.
She's nasty.
Yeah, she's a nasty one. There's Barry Moore from Alabama, strolling across in the khakis there. He's a Republican from Alabama, guys. As Ben said, if something happens, we will take you guys directly to the House floor. You can see the votes are ticking up quickly. They're at 190 out of 431. This is, I think it's Maria Salazar from Florida. She is one who possibly could vote for gun control. We don't know. Could vote for the so-called assault weapons ban. So we're going to have to keep an eye on her. That's a Democrat there. But Adam Kinzinger, Franklin from Pennsylvania, Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio, and some others. Salazar from South Florida. You've got Gonzalez, a Republican from Uvalde. I think it represents Uvalde, or at least parts of it. Is also one who potentially could vote for this, guys. But Pelosi doesn't have much of a margin here. 2 or 3 Republicans, she's got more than enough votes. So we will be watching what goes on here Looks like we froze up a little bit there, Ben. Okay, you got it. Good.
No, we're good.
I was trying to ID. We've seen some of our allies on the floor today. We saw Chip Roy. We saw Jody Heiss, is a pretty good gun guy. We saw Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia, who is good on the Second Amendment. I feel pretty confident that people like Andy Biggs and Jim Jordan and Matt Gaetz and Thomas Massey, Lauren Boebert are all going to be right on this issue, guys. I don't expect any defections when it comes to the conservative members there. Some of y'all may be represented by one of those members of Congress. But again, and I keep circling back to this is a lesson for these Republicans. Yes, this is a painful vote. Nobody wants this to pass. First time in 30 years. It's very likely going to pass here, guys. We've got to crank up the pressure in the Senate, make sure it doesn't go anywhere there. But the Republicans must take action. And so what you're going to see, I spent time on Capitol Hill as Congresswoman Greene's chief of staff last year, and you just know it, that the leadership, that the moderate Republicans, they don't want to do anything. And so that's what we're going to run into in 2023 if Kevin McCarthy and his leadership team takes over. Their base is that I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything. So it's going to be very, very important for our legislative allies that I just listed off, for organizations like us, for various state-level organizations that you guys belong to that are under our umbrella, to crank up the heat day one and even before day one. This is what we want. And this is what we demand, and that is what we're going to get. And if we take any other tact, McCarthy and all these other guys, they're going to do nothing. They're going to do absolutely nothing. So,
I mean, that's 100% true. I mean, you know, Kevin, we all, like, you don't get to be in Kevin McCarthy's position by being some sort of true believer or staunch conservative, right? You get to be leadership by shaking as many hands as possible, by doing as many favors as humanly possible. So we can't rely on these people to somehow step up and believe as we believe and fight for those issues. Only we do. And in my opinion, there's only a handful of real true believers on the issue that are there. So we need to hammer on these people today, tomorrow, going forward, after November, before November. And we have to keep hammering on this up because these people, again, you know, we just saw like what Debbie Wasserman Schultz get up there. You know, there used to be a time in American politics, we heard it all the time, right? It's like, well, there's Republicans and there's Democrats. And, you know, we may disagree on a few things, but we're all going in the same direction, right? Well, we all want what's best for America.
There's no difference.
Yeah. You saw that nonsense between Barack Obama and
Barack Obama.
Who ran against him? The King Rhino.
McCain and Romney.
McCain. Yeah, the same thing. You know, like people were coming to McCain and saying, you know, Obama's is an absolute horrible. Oh, and McCain was sit there. No, he's a good family man. He's a good family man. Like none of that stuff exists. That was all a lie to begin with. That's uniparty talk. Where the two of them are in agreement on the mutual destruction for America. But now we have people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz and so many others that we're watching. They straight up are opposed to us on an ideological level. They don't think like you. They don't believe like you. They don't care about the things you care about. They can't fathom why you would want a firearm. They know why they want to take them away. These people are power hungry, and they want to take our firearms. And that's just another step down this long list of things that they want to do. And then they'll bring in more lockdowns, more mandates. If you don't think they're going to do that crap again after the smashing success of 2020 and 2021, you're kidding yourselves. And how much easier are lockdowns when nobody owns guns?
That's right.
That's what they're pushing here. So, Patrick, remind everybody what's happening. What are the vote totals here? And what's the next step?
I'd be happy to, Ben. Welcome in, everyone. Again, if you're just now joining us off of our email newsletter, social media, YouTube, guys, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from across the country. Ben and I are with the American Firearms Association commentating live on this is called the rule to the final vote on the so-called assault weapons ban. So looks like we're about 150 votes out. The Democrats should have enough votes here, probably be 218 to 206 or whatever it was earlier or something like that. And they should have enough votes and then go to the final vote. Yeah, I mean, this is Pelosi pulled the dirty trick yesterday. If you're on our email, you heard about it. You'd probably have to be under a hole at this or living under a rock to hear about what happened yesterday and this morning. And she's still probably twisting a few arms to get the final votes that they need. There could be some traitorous Republicans as well who screw us on this bill, guys. And so that's what's happening. We're watching the votes tick in here. And then we're going to have a couple more votes, guys. What I do frequently throughout the show and what we love to do is honor and recognize. There's Stephanie Bice from Oklahoma there. Recognize some of our new members. We call this roll call. This is AFA roll call. Some of our new members who are pouring in right now. We've got Kevin in Post Falls, Idaho. Welcome on board, Kevin. Thank you for joining, my friend. Michael in Bellevue, Kentucky is the newest member of the American Firearms Association, guys. And if you want to join up, the fight doesn't end today. It always goes on. There's a website right at the bottom of our live broadcast here, joinafa.org. It's fast, it's simple, it's safe, it's secure. That's where everybody's joining up today and becoming members of AFA. Go ahead and take a break here in a couple minutes and head on over and join up. It's $35 a year, less than 10 cents a day. You can find that amount of money in your couch cushion. I know I can because I got kids. Ben's got them too. Calhoun, Georgia. Andrew Miller, not too far from North Georgia there in Calhoun, Gordon County. There's Heather in Jasper, Alabama. Welcome aboard, Heather. Glad to have you on board as a member. There's Daniel in East Liverpool, Ohio is in as a member. Glenn from Omaha, Nebraska is the newest member of the American Firearms Association.
You said East Liverpool, and you said East Liverpool, and I thought we were going to get somebody from over the pond, but Ohio, East Liverpool, Ohio works good too.
Yeah, exactly. Can people from other countries join? I don't know. I guess they can. There's David. There's David in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. Glad to have you on board, David, as the newest member of the American Firearms Association. One more, Linda in West Palm Beach. Boy, wouldn't I love to be in West Palm Beach right now?
Yeah.
Welcome in, Linda. There's another ancient dinosaur, Democrat, communist there. What they're doing here, guys, is called proxy voting. So back during COVID, and it's worth talking about, Ben, back during COVID, if you remember this, they instituted what's called proxy voting. They said it's so dangerous for members of Congress to come to Washington and vote in person that we're going to proxy. You don't even have to be there. One person can come and vote for everybody. Okay. Or
did that begin during
10.
COVID?
It did.
Began during COVID.
And Republicans agreed to it. If you remember, Ben, Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky was kind of a one-man crusade there in Washington and just simply said, let's come in here and vote. We're going to lose the Republic. You can go back and watch the video. It's worth watching if we allow this to happen. Okay. And they've done it ever since. They have done it ever since. Remember, President Trump attacked Massey, attacked him pretty hard. And but he was right, and it was the vote on the big spending bill, Ben, massive spending that of course started under Trump and just kept going on under Biden here to nuclear levels. That's why we have inflation, right? But so they're proxy voting. Proxy voting is one thing that I would love to see the Republicans get rid of when they come back into power. I want my member of Congress to vote on every bill in person, and if they can't vote, so be it. They're just not there. They're just not there. I don't care. I don't care where they are.
Here's what proxy voting does. It allows, and we saw this in Minnesota too, it allows them to ram through more legislation at a much faster pace. Okay? So I don't know how many bills get passed every Congress. let's say it's 1,000, if they normally pass 1,000 votes because they need every single butt warming every single seat in that chamber. Well, when they allow proxy voting, 5 different people can just phone up to say, hey, yo, go vote for me. And so we're seeing this. They're stepping up there. I'm so, on behalf of Congressman so-and-so, Congresswoman so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so, they vote yes. And so if they normally pass 1,000 votes, bills per year, and force those on the American people, I promise you that proxy voting is allowing them to double that number, maybe triple that number, because if you only need a handful of people actually in the chamber, they can just pump through bills as fast as they possibly can because they don't have to wait for anybody to actually be there. And that's why, and we screamed this stuff from the rooftops when COVID started. Even some of our members were so upset that we dared speak against the lockdowns and the mandates. But the reality is, like we're seeing here with the proxy voting, the crap that they ushered in then sticks around long after it's required. So here we are. Proxy voting should have ended a long time ago, but they're just going to keep on rolling with it, along with so many other things. So we have
hard
to
to get
fight
rid
this
of.
stuff.
You're right, Ben. I mean, it's a great point. It's hard to get rid of. I mean, I'm sorry, I checked out for just a second. Did you talk about the NRA gun control, Ben? If you haven't, I'm going to give you a chance to talk about it here in just a second.
No, we need to. I mean, here's another rhino piece of
Peter
trash.
Meyer.
Peter Meyer from Michigan. That guy is an absolute dirtbag.
Yeah, he might vote wrong here and just end his political career for good, hopefully.
No, he was one of those J6ers who cried about how he almost they could have killed. He was big never Trumper, the whole thing. That guy's trash.
He's a loser. I talked to him a lot. Believe me, this guy is like as dumb as it gets, and he's a billionaire. His family's a billionaire. The Meyer chain.
I was going to say nice grocery stores, but Peter himself is I think he's a horrible human being.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose the primary. There's Gates there. He's voting proxy for somebody. But the point is, and you can talk in detail about the NRA betrayal last month, Ben, that gave clearance to a lot of these Republicans to vote for gun control. But what was passed, Cornyn Murphy, you guys remember this last year's red flag gun confiscation from the federal level was passed 6 weeks ago or whenever that was, a month ago. NRA gave cover for that. But that legislation, to get it repealed, it's either going to have to be ruled unconstitutional by courts, right, which takes years, or Republicans can put in a bill to repeal it. And I think Lauren Boebert from Colorado has one of those. But, where is it going to go, right? Once they get this stuff, it is really hard to get rid of it. And, Ben, I know you have some choice words to say about the National Rifle Association, who is virtually missing from this. And wrote
right. I mean, Drew was asking, Jeff was asking a few minutes ago in the comment section here. Craig says the NRA has betrayed us. I think a lot of gun owners have woken up to the fact that the NRA has relied on being a Democrat buzzword for so long.
Yes.
Right. That they stopped fighting. I mean, of course, if a bunch of lefties get up there and say, the NRA is so terrible and they're doing all these terrible things, of course, as gun owners, we're tempted to think, well, boy, I mean, if the left is railing on the NRA must be doing something right. But the reality is, again, it's become a buzzword more than anything else. And the NRA has completely fallen down on the job. We are watching today the powerlessness of the NRA to stop what's happening in DC. And I don't think they even care. I don't think they even want to try. They have supported more gun control. They have given money to more anti-gun politicians, anti-gun candidates. I'm talking from the state level. I can list off a whole list of leftist Democrats in the Minnesota legislature alone who voted against our Second Amendment rights just in the legislature who got A rating endorsements from the NRA. They support red flag gun confiscations. They have since tried to change their opinions since then because gun owners have been hammering on them so hard. They supported gun-free school zones. They're sitting by and they're doing just nothing right now. They're not fighting for you. And it's almost a weekly occurrence that here at the American Firearms Association, we get a phone call from somebody who goes, "Look, I've been a $3,000 benefactor member to the NRA, and I feel like they have stolen my money. They have fallen down on the job. They don't give a shit. They're spending all of my money on yachts and cruises and $250,000 shopping sprees to Beverly Hills suit stores. I mean, they are living an elitist, high on the hog lifestyle on the back of gun owners, and we know what it's like to get a $2 donation in the mail from a gun owner, and he goes, "Look, this is all I have," and we hold those people in the highest respect. We are so grateful for their support, for everything they do. To watch Wayne LaPierre, try to buy the $6 million mansion with the NRA credit card. I think it was the only thing that he wasn't actually able to buy with the NRA credit card. Is an absolute betrayal of gun owners. It's a betrayal of trust. It's a betrayal of the donors and the gun owners and the voters who are standing up for their country and put their trust in the NRA. That's what's happening. That's what's been happening for years now. It's what's happening today. And they're not fighting for gun owners. And that's the truth. And the sooner gun owners know this, and I think the NRA has lost an incalculable number of members over the last 3 or 4 years since they started pushing red flag gun confiscations. Going back to the 90s, there's video footage of Wayne LaPierre speaking up in support of universal background checks. We call it national gun registration. These people they've never been no compromise a day in their lives. Never. And now when we need them the most, where are they? I got an email from them again this morning. Join the NRA. We'll send you another one of our 50-cent Chinese bags with the NRA logo on the side of it. Join the NRA today.
The old Chinese bag.
I mean, how many of those bags do you have to hawk? Maybe you should say something about the assault weapons ban, so-called. Maybe you, the NRA, should be raining hellfire down on top of Congress right now, spending your millions, targeting these people in their states, in their districts, but they're not. They're not. And it's an absolute betrayal. And this is why we've gotten to where we are right now, running a live stream on an assault weapons ban, so-called.
Yeah, man. I mean, you ripped it pretty hard there. For those of y'all just now joining us, you probably just saw Madison Cawthorn zip across the screen there from North Carolina. He will not be back in 2023. There's Drew Ferguson from Georgia. There is on McCarthy's leadership team on the right in the sport jacket. He's no good. There goes Cawthorn again, rolling down the center aisle. There comes Shifty Schiff, I believe, on the right there. I believe that's Shifty Schiff heading in there to come to vote. There's Maria Salazar. This is from South Florida. She is one who could vote for gun control, but we'll see what happens. Maybe not. So far, no Republican defections so far. But yeah, it is discouraging in my opinion. I'm sitting there, I guess it was last week, in the markup on the so-called assault weapons ban in the Judiciary Committee. Me and Alex were there. And the Democrats are like, the NRA. And I'm looking around and I'm like, the NRA ain't here, bro. They're not here. And they didn't send any emails out. They didn't do any social media posts. They did nothing. They did nothing, guys. And you know what? I looked around and I said, I don't see GOA. I don't see FPC. I don't see NAGR. I don't see the Second Amendment Foundation. None of them were there. The American Firearms Association was the only Second Amendment organization who was at the gun markup hearing. There comes Nadler on the floor to the right, as you can see him there waddling across. And you saw these gun groups this week on hearings that didn't matter. They showed up this week because they got hammered. They got hammered from people saying, where the hell were you? The American Firearms Association was the only group there. And guys, I mean, that should be reason enough. There's gates down in the bottom, in the center. That should be reason enough right now to walk away from the NRA, to walk away from these scam so-called gun rights groups, Sheila Jackson Lee reading the final vote there, and join up with the American Firearms Association at joinafa.org. There's Chris is here. Hey, Chris, do you want to turn up the volume here, Ben? I'm sorry, I was ranting.
Yeah, we'll see what she's saying here once.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise.
Such a communist.
Risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Oh, you just makes your blood boil, doesn't she? So what just happened there, guys, is they had a vote on the rule, and she tried, there's Cawthorn voting, and she tried to close the vote just, by voice vote. Hey, can we close it? Yes or no? And the Republicans said, it was Guy Rushenthaler, I believe, who requested the yeas and nays. So they're going to vote on it again, whether that's the final vote or not. And maybe it's confusing to most of us. It's confusing to me most of the time. But that is what's happening. And then I believe after that, we're going to go to the vote on the assault weapons ban, unless there's amendments and things like that, which I don't think there are. Chris, you've been watching this. I know you've been working on a number of projects today. You've been watching some of this. Any thoughts for everybody out there watching? And before you come on, Chris, I want to encourage everyone, let us know where you're watching from in the comment section. Like, share. We're getting close to the final vote on the so-called assault weapons ban. There's Jim Banks of Indiana. Chris, your thoughts, if you have any.
Yeah, so we got primaries on Tuesday here in Ohio. So anybody watching the Geo page understands why we're busy here a little bit. But yeah, I my first thought when I just came on here, and thanks for rolling this for us, guys. But and thanks to everybody watching. But when I see Sheila Jackson Lee sitting there in that chair, a communist who hates America, she's a total racist in addition to being a communist. But when she introduces bills like HR 127, like we were fighting out of the gate in January of last year, right after Joe Biden got in, and it was like the gun control bill of all gun control bills. There's always these FUD morons out there who say stuff like, it's never going to pass. Here we are right now. The assault weapons ban is on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, and they're trying to take everything away from us. Don't think for a minute that it's an accident that communist is sitting in that chair right now. This is the left. This is Pelosi. This is the entire leadership team giving her dues for towing the line for gun control, like for going all the way out and saying this is exactly what we want. So she's a total disgrace to our nation. People like her. There's so many communists like her all through Congress, but they have no business being in governance over anybody, let alone sitting in that chair right now. It's just a total disgrace and a slap across the face of everything that made this country great.
I'm just going to throw this out there because I just got done. I went a little bit of rant about the NRA there. I don't think it was unfair. I think it was a fair assessment of
I heard it. It was fair
of the way they've been for the last how long. Here is our promise to you from the American Firearms Association. I know that the NRA in the past, I don't think that's the case anymore, but there have been years where they have raised hundreds of millions of dollars in a year's time. Hundreds of, not a million, not 5 million, not 30 million, hundreds of millions of dollars. We know now that they have squandered those funds. They have not used them to better our political situation, to better our country, to stop the left and the rhinos. That has not happened. And so I'll tell you this right now: there will come a day when the American Firearms Association, which is growing faster than anybody could believe. But when the day comes when we have even a fraction of those types of resources entrusted to us from gun owners, we will rain political hell on top of these people who are attacking our Second Amendment, who are coming after our freedoms, and who want to totally bring our country to its knees. And clearly this is pissing off all of the lefties who are spamming our comment section right now. But this is what we will do on behalf of gun owners who trust us to fight for them and who once upon a time trusted the NRA to fight for them, who have not done their job. We will replace that fight, and we will we're going to come after these people in their districts at election time, because we want to save our country. We want to save our Congress. We want our political system to work for the people again for the first time in 100 years. And that's that's our mission here.
Yeah, real quick, guys. And I don't know what I missed while I went to get some water. 3 Democrats have voted against this bill. I don't know if you saw the vote count there. Pelosi can lose up to 4 and get no Republicans. Again, my guess is this bill coming to the House floor, she figures that she has the votes, but just of note, 3 Democrats voting no on this bill. And this is on the motion to commit the rule. Yeah, I mean, she can get 216 and pass. So they have 220. So she can lose 4. Okay. Now, and she could lose 6 if she got 2 Republicans, right? She could lose 8 if she got 4 Republicans. Right. So we'll see how many traitorous Republicans there are here. And all of us know from our work in state legislatures that there's a whip team. It's called WHIP. And Pelosi has surrogates, Steny Hoyer and others, he's the majority leader, that are whipping these votes. They have a vote count. They probably know how many votes they have. Of course, we could be surprised here. Who knows? I hope to be surprised.
Oh, man, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, wouldn't it? How's my audio now, guys? Did I break up there? Did it come in okay?
No, it's sounding pretty good.
Better.
Sounds good from my side, yeah.
Yeah, we got just real quick, we got a lot of new members coming in, guys. And if I break up, just, tell me to shut up. But we got Thomas in Ocoee, Florida, with a little AFA roll call here, guys. We've got Tina in Des Moines, Iowa. If you're not yet a member, guys, join up at joinafa.org. That's joinafa.org from Des Moines. There's Tina. She got a couple of memberships there, probably for her and a family member. Richard in Phoenix, Arizona is in. There's Christopher in Brooksville, Maine is in as the newest member of the American Firearms Association. Blake in Nowata, Oklahoma is in. Thanks, Blake. Robert, Mineral Wells, West Virginia. Ray in Gloversville, New York is in as the newest member of the American Firearms Association. I think what we're seeing, guys, we're seeing scores and scores of new memberships coming in here for AFA. And what that tells me is that you always worry, like you don't want your people to give up, and we're not going to let you give up. But this tells me that people recognize this isn't just the end of a battle. This is just the beginning. And the battle is always ongoing in a larger war to protect and defend our Second Amendment rights. And so we appreciate everybody who's joining today and recognizing that there's a battle that's still to come. And we'll see what happens with this vote today. But thanks, guys, for joining up. Join up at joinafa.org. We're getting close to the closure of this vote here, guys. Maybe
Patrick,
another 40
can
votes.
Can you walk people through where we are in this process? Obviously, this isn't HR 1808.
Yes.
That they're
so this is the vote. This is on a green resolution. What that means is that they had a rule that they had. There's Ralph Norman from South Carolina. They had a House rule that they had to vote on and approve. Sheila Jackson closed the vote. She wanted a vote in order to close the vote and end it. The Republicans requested the yeas and nays, and so that's on now. That's August Pfluger from Texas. This is on agreeing to the resolution, and then they will likely have the final vote on the so-called assault weapons ban. So that's where we are right now, guys. We have thousands of y'all on nearly 20 channels across the country watching live here. Member supporters. Also, welcome everybody over on YouTube. I know we're having a pretty good crowd over there today. It's a guy from South Carolina. I forget his name. yeah, I mean, it's Pelosi wrangled the votes last night. She rigged the rules, or she at least rigged the rules last night. This police funding bill for $100,000 and a big surveillance, bunch of crap, and this bill. And there was a big fight. Apparently, they ironed it out or figured out what they were going to do. And here we are today. There's Peter Meyer of Michigan, who's a freaking left-wing Republican. There's Mary Mills of Illinois. Yeah, Peter Meyer, definitely.
Hey,
there's Marjorie. There's Marjorie. They're proxy voting here, which is something
I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of proxy voting. You're breaking up a little bit, Patrick.
Okay, we'll take over then, guys.
Dow Hurst here says something I think we all can understand and sort of resonate with. He just says, I'm sick of having to fight this fight over.
Yeah.
And over. Ready to deport all these gun control idiots forever. Unfortunately, we can't deport all of these people. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could deport Congress? Get the out of this country. That would be nice. But I hear you, Dow. We also get absolutely sick and tired of having to fight this fight over and over and over. It would be amazing to take a year off, a month off, a week off. But that never seems to be the case. For me, I mean, I've got 4 little boys. They're all really young. And for me, it's like when I sit here and think about how sick and tired I am of all this bullshit, I just think about my kids and the reason we have to fight this fight for them, for their
Make
future.
that choice easy.
I know. We don't have another choice. See,
right?
Like the choice really isn't, well, are we going to fight this or aren't we going to fight this? We are going to fight this every time, anytime it's required. That is what we do at the American Firearms Association. We work night and day. I know all of us have been working from sun up till 8, 9, 10 o'clock for the last couple of weeks in a row. It's like, this is what we do to save our Second Amendment, whatever it takes. And so, yeah, we're pissed off about it too. We get sick of it too, but I love my guns. I love my freedom. I love our national history. I love where we came from.
Yeah.
I love telling my kids about people like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and letting them watch some of these films and clips about them and read to them about these people. I love our history, and I love working to build a good history going forward. And so fight we shall. And I hope you'll join us. We're never going to stop. We're never going to quit. You can join us at joinafa.org. If that ignites you, if that inspires you, it does me. I get excited just thinking about it, even though I've been livid for the last like 2 or 3 days straight at everything that's happening right now. It makes me excited thinking about what we can do together and about the fights that we're here to fight. So another question here is, where is the NRA? AWOL, NRA wall. That's what they call them. We're fighting this fight with you on your behalf, and we're gonna keep pounding away here.
Not real activists. Another thing that just kind of strikes me as we sit here and watch our country on fire, which is what this is. When you see votes on this topic up on this screen, and us live talking about it, we are watching part of our culture burn. The best parts of our culture burn, quite frankly. That's what we're watching. But as I sit here and think about this a little bit, I think I had this idea about the tactics. There's some people that, one of our brothers, Alex Dorr, was in DC last week with Patrick and confronted David Hogg. And there are people out there who are tempted to sit there and say, how dare you? We're better than that. That's not us. That's them. Look who's winning right now when you have votes like this happening right here. Hogg has been on an absolute Twitter rage storm. He's been up and down the halls of Congress, going door to door, and burning bridges. He said in one of his tweets, he's like, burning these bridges was worth it to get this vote to happen right here. And all too often, on our side, quote on loosely termed, because more and more the people who professed to be gun rights advocates and pro freedom, pro America, God bless America flag waving have turned out to be a bunch of deadbeat losers, simps. I'm struck by the fact that we have to be far more unapologetic, straight up, in their face, confrontational, and because if we don't, this is what happens. They have the left has always not just used political violence, but they have oftentimes resorted to physical violence. We can think of like the congressional baseball game as an obvious example of this. We think of what's happening to Kavanaugh right now. We think of all the signs and the screaming of what they wanted to do to Clarence Thomas for overturning Roe v. Wade and things like this. The left, I mean, and God bless that man. What a stud, total patriot. But you know, we cannot be tempted by this ideology anymore of mediocrity that has dominated the conservative right and conservative politics for a generation now. Right. That generation of couch sitting, remote throwing at your TV, you know, belly aching and whining and moaning as our culture just goes off the rails. There are other groups out there. There are other groups out there who think we're better than that. And that's GOA, that's NRA, that's not us. But those days are over. They're over. They have to be gone. And we have to embrace a more energetic and robust defense of our freedoms than what sufficed for those supposed actions in the 1990s and 2000s. It's just
it didn't suffice. It didn't suffice at all.
That's how we got here.
No, that's why we're here. So I know back in the old days, like people would chastise us for being too harsh or not nice to some of these politicians. Look, it's working for the left, and our people have sat here for all of this time and went, look, if we just explain very kindly, all we have to do is tell a Metro City, Minneapolis Democrat. All we have to explain to them the merits of the Second Amendment. All we have to do is show them that guns have safeties, that we can be responsible with them. We're going to show up. Our hair is going to be nicely combed. We're going to be all buttoned up to the top. We're going to have an apple for the teacher. And if this is how we present ourselves to the communists, then they'll eventually agree with us, and they won't be able to cast shade on the gun rights community. And then anytime a gun owner actually, like, I don't know, open carries, then people go, you fool, you're making all of us gun owners look bad. Like that is the dumbest. That is the dumbest mentality known to man. It has garnered us absolutely nothing. We have won not one political fight because of that thought process. We have gotten nothing for being the good little schoolboys who are just trying to show the radical left that we're responsible gun owners and you have no reason to take our guns because we look so nice. No. Fight hard, fight back, be vicious. Tell them how it's going to be. Tell these politicians that you're not going to put up with it. Tell them that you will not accept, if they're the radical left, tell them you won't accept their communism. If they are Republicans,
there's Nadler.
Rhinos.
What did he just say?
Where we
so
at?
They just passed the procedural vote. Let's turn that up. Yeah.
I'll turn it up here once.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And again, these are procedural votes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, I call up H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban of 2022, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 346.
Yeah, this should be the final vote here.
Bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
Bitch.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, in lieu of the amendment
in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-60, modified by the amendment printed in House Report 117-448, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered as read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 1808.
Objection. I'm going to ask my friends in the chamber to please take your conversations outside so that we can hear the debate on this matter. Gentleman's recognized.
I wouldn't give them a moment's peace.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker,
so they have an hour debate.
Historic gun violence prevention legislation. H.R. 1808, the Assault Weapons Ban Act of 2022, restores and updates the prior assault weapons ban that kept weapons of war out of our communities for a decade before Republicans opposed its renewal. As we have learned all too well in recent years, assault weapons, especially when combined with high-capacity magazines, are the weapon of choice for mass shootings. These military-style weapons are designed to kill the most people in the shortest amount of time. Quite simply, there is no place for them in our streets. In 1994,
in America,
and countless lives were saved, but that ban was allowed to lapse 10 years later. And since then, we have seen the predictable results. Mass shootings have increased exponentially. In our public spaces, schools, movie theaters, supermarkets, houses of worship, parades, you name it, have all become vulnerable to attack. Uvalde, Parkland, Tree of Life Synagogue. How many more mass shootings must we endure? When will we learn? Well, I hope we're starting to learn today. I hope we're starting to learn today indeed. The assault weapons ban would prohibit the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of semi-automatic assault weapons and large capacity ammunition feeding devices. At the same time, it grandfathers existing
no idea what he's talking about.
Contains numerous protections for law enforcement and responsible gun owners, including hunters, gun collectors, farmers, sport shooters, and those who use firearms for self-defense. It is important to consider today's debate in the context of our other efforts to address the violence plaguing our communities. Time and again, Democrats
mute this guy for a second, or turn him down.
Only to face Republican opposition.
The funny thing about this guy is they claim to be so hardcore on so-called assault weapons, but they don't want to come and take them from our houses, right? So what is there, 25, 30 million of these things that they know of around the country? They can't stop people from pouring across our border. They can't stop drugs from pouring across our border. But they think if we just stop the sale, manufacture, transfer of these firearms, that none of them will exist anymore. They're going, if this became law, ultimately, these things would get smuggled and brought in across the border and built across this country, unlike anything we've ever seen. You talk about Al Capones of the world, they're going to create millions of Al Capones overnight if this thing ever becomes law.
Right. I mean, how is this? There are arguably between 300 and 600 million firearms in America. And you think that by banning the future creation of hundreds of different firearms is going to somehow stop what you call an epidemic of gun violence? Well, this just brings us right back to what Chris, what you said just on our last stream was today they don't outlaw the guns that you currently own. Tomorrow, when another shooting happens, then they go, we haven't done nearly enough. Banning guns in the future was not enough. We need to do this retroactively. We need to take the ones that you do have. We're going to outlaw this one, this one, this one, this one. You either destroy it, turn it in, sell it to the police department or whatever, or if you're caught, you'll become a felon. This is what they will do in the future. This is what they will do if they get this passed. And we're not, that's why we have to fight this stuff 110%. 100%.
You know, and
Yeah.
there's a gymnasium Jordan right there. From Ohio, for those of you who don't know. But I mean, just look how well it worked for drugs. I mean, just say no to assault weapons ban. Okay. I mean, that we may as well have the first doctor lady come out and say, just say no to assault weapons. I mean, it's just going to drive them into the country by the millions. You know, the next Pablo Escobar is firing up his CNC machine.
Put him up.
All right. Hold Jim in here a minute.
They can't purchase a firearm. And today they're coming for your guns. 24 million of them. That's right. 24 million AR-style rifles are in the hands of law-abiding Americans today as we speak, and those individuals will not be able to sell or transfer that property. In the Heller case, the Supreme Court made clear that the Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time. During the markup, Representative Bishop asked the chairman, quote, is it the point of the bill to ban weapons that are in common use in the United States today? And the chairman said, the problem is that they are in common use. Yes, so this is the goal, and this is why it's unconstitutional. It couldn't be any clearer. Democrats don't care what the Constitution says. Fortunately, courts are correctly applying the Constitution. Last week, a federal district court judge in Colorado, who was appointed by President Obama, issued a temporary restraining order against the town of Superior, Colorado, to prevent it from implementing an assault weapon ban. The judge wrote, plaintiffs have stated that semi-automatic weapons, as well as magazines that hold more than 10 rounds, are commonly used by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes, and therefore cannot be banned. And guess what this bill will do? It won't make communities safer. Won't make them safer at all. In fact, in the Heller case, the Supreme Court said, Second Amendment protects firearms in common use at the time, and also said this, quote, for lawful purposes like self-defense. 3 weeks ago, July 7th, 2022, a Florida homeowner used his AR-style rifle when individuals forcibly entered his home. After the homeowner opened fire, the individuals immediately fled. When asked if the homeowner would face charges, the Escambia County Sheriff...
I think Massey's going to come up here in a few minutes.
I dearly hope so. Because this is boring, number one. And number two, it's not the right answer. The right answer is AR-15s are our line of defense against tyrannical government. Period.
That's it. They should put us in there, Chris.
Committee either, huh?
They should put us in there. They should put you in there.
Yeah. Chris.
Yeah, I think I see one of Matt's staffers over there, unless it's somebody else. Just to Jim Jordan, his right, our left.
Well, this goes back to what I was just saying a couple of minutes ago. It's like, if we come at this fight from the wrong angle, for the wrong reasons, with the wrong talking points, pushing the wrong point, then we're just screwing ourselves. It's not about hunting. It's not about nasty Nadler. You know, it's not about these things. It's about our right to own the best firearms and the best protection on the planet. That's it. That's it. If the U.S. military has it, if they have these guns, we should have them. You want to take what we do have? We want what they have.
Nancy.
There's
Look
Nancy.
at her. What is that gun that she has there? Look at that.
I don't know, but I want one.
But
let's listen to her.
Our nation
has
watched an unspeakable horror as assault weapons have been used in massacre after massacre in communities across the country. And disturbingly, so many of these mass shootings have targeted our precious children in their schools, at the movies,
our precious children,
throughout our communities.
The ones we let live.
That's why I rise today in strong support in reinstating the assault weapons ban, a long overdue step to get deadly weapons off our streets. Make no mistake, we know that an assault weapon ban can work because it has worked before. For 10 years, from 1994 to 2004, our families were protected by strong assault weapon ban, strongly championed in the Senate by then Senator, now President Joe Biden. Chuck Schumer led the way over here, Dianne Feinstein in the Senate. I was a relatively new member of Congress who was whipping with this legislation. It made us
100 years ago.
very, very proud. More importantly, it saved.
Well, the
many
stat
lives.
here is that they say that violence went down, but the number of so-called assault weapons went way up.
Percent.
So maybe we were all safer with the increase in so-called assault weapons, Nancy.
By 40%. Meanwhile, since the ban expired,
bag.
the number of mass shooting deaths has
I don't
grown
I
by
don't
nearly
I don't need to hear her anymore.
500%.
I mean,
that looks like one of those little 22 rifles. Isn't that what that
That's
is?
what I was saying, Ben. I mean, you guys know more about the nuts and bolts of these. It doesn't. It looks like
That's
a 22.
That's a 22.
Well, and that's what the poster says. Get him one like yours, and it says JR 15, like Junior 15.
Oh, okay. So
long
okay.
rifle. So
they're marketing to children.
They're appalled that they're marketing to children, but what they really just did was they marketed that sweet, sweet, beautiful firearm to me to go out and get for my 8 kids. So
Yeah.
thanks a lot,
Hey, guys,
Nancy.
I mean, these people.
I blocked them already.
YouTube. Does anybody know how to get rid of them? Okay.
Ban them all. I mean, these people market sex changes to 7-year-olds. Don't you talk to me, Nancy Pelosi, about marketing guns to children? Okay, it's like so what happens if a 5-year-old sees that? Are they going to go buy one? They can't. It's not legal. They don't have any money, and they're kids. Kids learn to use firearms when awesome parents like me, like you guys, like so many in this comment section, when we take our kids out on the farm and we get down behind them and we hold their little hands up and we teach them how to shoot a gun for the first time. And we say, there you go, my son. There you go, my daughter. This is part of our American heritage. This is the part of our history. Guns are important because our country was founded by men who used those to free us from a tyrannical government. God bless America. Wave your flag, drink your beer. Shut your mouth, Nancy Pelosi. You know nothing about average Americans, everyday people like us, and the way we actually use firearms with our beautiful children. I mean, you are these people are an absolute joke. You kill babies. You take our money to do it. You try to take away our guns and you sit up there and go, our most precious children. Go back and do more of your insider trading and bail your husband out for another DUI and leave us Americans alone.
You know what's, good rant, Ben. It's got me fired up, guys. And you know what? During Ben's rant there, I texted some of my friends and I said, if you're not a member of AFA, you better get your butt on board now. So join up at joinafa.org, guys. Join up at joinafa.org. And you know another good point, guys, tonight, if you go to the gun shop tonight, or to the range, if you go tomorrow morning, Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats will probably sell more AR-15, et cetera, tonight and tomorrow than any other day in the history of the world. And I say that's going to the extremes. That's a fact, brother. Every time they try to ban them, we just keep buying them, and we buy lots of ammo, and we make lots of guns, and we make lots of ammo, and we go fire it off, and we make some more. And so that is what I challenge everybody to do today. Join up with AFA right now, $35 a year. Then go spend the rest of your money on guns and ammo tonight and tomorrow. I'm just saying, don't let these people win.
Yeah. Help us out, guys. I mean, I know what an upper receiver costs. A membership with the American Firearms Association costs a paltry sum in comparison. And I'm telling you right now, we have been working for weeks
I'll never join
on this program. We are preparing for November in a major way to go after these people in their districts and do the job that these other organizations refuse to get off their duffs and do. So this money, your money, will be used to do your work. going after these people and making them feel the heat from gun owners in the places that they live. We have a phenomenal team. We have a huge social media team that is really good at putting this stuff in the places it needs to be. All we need is the funds, the finances to make this crap happen on your behalf. So go to joinafa.org. And then I'm gonna go see where I need to go to get a JR-15 because I think that thing is
Yeah, I think that thing is sweet, man. And my goodness, would they be handy for teaching your kids how to use an AR-15? Like the graduation there is like 1 week at time, in my opinion. It's good stuff.
Look at she's so nasty. She's so nasty. So
Nadler,
guys,
she is nasty. Yeah, Nadler gave her time to speak. If you're just now joining us, Parsons with AFA, Chris Dorr with AFA, Ben Dorr with AFA, we've been here for almost 2 hours. You know, if you don't know what's going on, you know, they rigged the rules here to try to bring this bill to the floor, and they have, and they're going for it here in just a few minutes, guys. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments section. Pound that like button, pound that share button, join up at joinafa.org. We're expecting final passage on the so-called assault weapons ban through the House of Representatives here probably within the hour, guys. When you see the vote tally come up there on the screen, that is when the vote is happening. But because this bill went through what's called the Judiciary Committee, the chairman of that committee is the Penguin, Jerry Nadler, who had pizza for lunch, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. He had pizza sitting on his lunch earlier today. And then on the Republican side, you got Jim Jordan from Ohio. And so equal time split, an hour, 30 minutes each. They can forfeit the rest of their time. We've seen Nadler talk. We've seen Pelosi talk. We've seen Jim Jordan talk. I think Massey may talk. I'm not 100% sure. I thought I saw one of his staffers sitting there. But other members of the Judiciary Committee may speak. Matt Gaetz, et cetera, et cetera. We will see what happens here in just a few minutes. The comment section is hot on YouTube. It's hot on Facebook. We're glad all of y'all are here. And that heat and get ready for the next battle. And the best way to do that is to join up at joinafa.org. Who even knows what this bat crap crazy woman is even talking about? But we'll probably turn it up when the Republican, whoever
I just wanted to point out again something that's happening here. And of course, those of us who are old enough, because more and more in politics, I run into people who don't remember any of this stuff. Should we turn up Jordan again? A lot of people wanted to hear him.
He's just giving time to other speakers.
Oh, this is Richard Hudson from North Carolina. I mean, you can listen to him. He's not that great, but yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
We'll see if he's got something worth saying. I mean, a lot of these people, guys, again, they're using the wrong talking points and they're really dull. So let's see.
Listen. Pathetic.
Gun control measures that will do nothing to save lives or address the root causes of violence. I say exploit your fear, and I point to the Speaker of the House just stood in this well with a poster that had a toy gun on it and wants you to feel scared about that. Well, I have a 6-year-old son, and he has toy guns. And he knows about muzzle discipline. He knows you don't put your finger on the trigger. He knows you don't point it at people. I'm able to teach my son gun safety and make him safer. You don't live through fear. This and other gun control measures like red flag laws, they make the other side feel better. Today's bill will do nothing but disarm law-abiding citizens. Congress has tried this before. 1994, a 10-year assault weapons ban was first enacted. This ban did not stop violent crime or prevent heart-wrenching tragedies like Columbine. Yes, Columbine happened while we had an assault weapons ban. In fact, after the ban ended, the Department of Justice issued a report that concluded, should it be renewed, the ban's effects on gun violence are likely to be small at best, and perhaps too small for reliable measurement. Assault weapons were rarely used in gun crimes even before the ban. That's the Department of Justice. Results are in, folks. A so-called assault weapons ban does not work. What it does is it takes away your rights and it leaves you vulnerable. Simple truth is criminals don't follow the law. If they did, think about this. If criminals followed the law, we wouldn't have any crime. But when you criminalize guns, only criminals are going to have guns. And so I urge you to vote
Gentleman's
no
time has
on this
expired.
legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman
Thank
yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
I hate this guy.
He's like just a rabid homosexual.
Of H.R. 1808, the assault weapons ban, legislation that will help reduce the gun massacres being committed in our communities by weapons of war. These military-style weapons were designed for the battlefield, for maximum efficiency when a soldier is engaged in combat. And the military features banned by this bill are added to make these guns more accurate, more controllable, more concealable, and more deadly, enabling killers to murder as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. These weapons have no place in our communities. They turn our streets, our schools, our grocery stores, our movie theaters, and hospitals into bloody battlefield scenes. And they kill our children.
The comments are hot right now.
Oh, yeah.
In 2016,
what a liar.
Alone, more than
Pop
2,000
some of those
officers
comments up, Chris.
were slain in the line of duty by an assault weapon.
Do that.
1 in 5 officers is killed in the line of duty by these weapons.
Tons of new members.
Which is why the Major City Police Chief Association endorses this legislation. Yet for nearly 18 years, we failed to take action to stop them.
Police
from flooding
chiefs.
into our communities and being used time and time and time again in mass shootings. It's unconscionable that anyone can walk into a store and legally purchase a weapon capable of inflicting the carnage we've seen in Highland Park, in Buffalo, in Uvalde, in Atlanta, in Sutherland Springs, Las Vegas, Orlando, Parkland, and the list goes on and on. Today, the House is finally taking a long overdue and necessary step to reinstitute a ban on these exceptionally dangerous weapons. We didn't just come up with this proposal out of thin air and propose it. The original assault weapons from 1994 to 2004. And we have clear evidence that it was effective in reducing these killings. Compared with the decade before its adoption, the 1994 assault weapons ban was associated with a 25% drop in gun massacres and a 40%.
You guys are lying bastards.
As soon as the ban expired,
Just lie.
Freaking lying bastards.
And
they're aided and abetted all day, every day by their corrupt friends in the fake news media.
To get these weapons of war designed for maximum destruction of human life off our streets. Let me be clear. I respect the Second Amendment, but it's not without limits. Imagine if we clung to the desire
there it is. But
communities as tightly as some of my colleagues cling to their rifles. There are more guns than people in this country, more mass shootings than days in the year.
Good.
This is a unique American problem. This bill won't stop all gun violence, but it will effectively decrease it. Because they were designed for military combat, these weapons don't just kill, they decimate. The shots fired can tear a softball-sized wound into a victim. And we know how we can reduce the suffering.
What if that's exactly what I want to do?
We would see a
well, they're good at lying.
I'm just. Anybody mind if I just like turn that down for a minute? I mean, so here's something I want to point out. We've noticed, and let us know in the comments section if you want to hear more of that bullshit. We'll turn it back up. As we know, 9mm will blow your lungs out now. Apparently,
out of the body.
Blow it right out of your body. I noticed, and maybe you've all noticed this too, this has become a huge talking point of the left now. Is all about how guns make bodies unrecognizable, and they tear holes the size of cannonballs in your back, and they've gone to all of these wild graphic explanations of what firearms do. I want to be very clear. The man who comes through my door in a ski mask at 2:00 in the morning and starts walking down the hallway to where my 4 little boys are asleep, I hope I blow his body in half. Okay, that's what I want to happen when I'm protecting the ones that I love, and that person has no right to be in my home at that time trying to harm what I care about more than anything in this life. That's the reality. That's what guns are for, you dumbass. That's what they're supposed to do to tyrants, thugs, criminals, murderers, rapists, and others who don't give a damn about your laws. That's what they're for. That's what they're for. And part of the reason this conversation even gets to exist right now is because retards on the right sat there and went, we use these guns to hunt deer. And then all the lefties, all the Democrats went, nobody wants to blow a deer in half with a 50 caliber. If you buy these guns to use it for hunting, and these guns do all of this carnage, then you clearly don't need these guns for hunting. Nope, not about hunting. Never should have used those talking points to begin with. It's about protecting the ones that we love the most from those who want to do unspeakable things to them. And I want my guns to do as much damage as possible to that person who's coming at my wife walking out of the grocery store. So, Cicilline, ram it up your backside from the American Firearms Association.
Oh, here's yes, Zoe Lofgren, Zoe the Ho, somebody said. Or no.
Back to your point there, Ben, but I think you were nailing it. This is why I'm so frustrated with what I see out of the Republicans is they should take the response that you just took there and say, they're accusing us of wanting to do damage. We'll say, yes, of course, we want to do whatever is necessary to stop the threats against our lives, against our wives, against our kids, whatever is necessary. So that picture that you're painting there isn't always bad. It's good in these different scenarios. But that's what was so frustrating about the Republicans on the Judiciary Committee just the other day. The left was dragging up all of these instances where firearms were used in a bad way, and they were just matching it with different examples of when they were used in a good way. When the Second Amendment in Article 1, Section 4 of the Ohio Constitution, Article 1, Section 19 of the Pennsylvania Constitution, and almost all of the state constitutions across America, they codified these things because these were limitations on government, not on the freaking people. And so when these Republicans sit there, and I'm sure Andy Biggs is probably doing a good job because he's one of the good people, but when they sit there and say and bring up these examples of good people shooting thugs and criminals, that's ancillary. That's beside the point. The whole point of the Second Amendment was to make sure that we, the people, could defend ourselves against them when they went full-blown tyrant. That's why I'm sick and tired of these Republicans who are not saying, hey, these AR-15s, this is insurance for the American people against us. That's the point. That's the point because
they know that.
Because then it's just a matter of numbers. Well, if the left can lie and make up as many examples as they want, if they have more examples of abuse than the conservatives have examples of good guys with guns, well, then they're just going to win. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right. It's 100% true. Guns being used to protect people in self-defense situations, that's more of like an added benefit. It's a side benefit of the root reason for the Second Amendment. Do we want to pull up Andy here, or do you want to do a roll call, Patrick?
He's done. He's done. I'm going to do a roll call real quick. I'm texting around to see who's going to talk on our side. I think he had 60 seconds here, but let me read off some of the new members, guys. I know this is making y'all's blood boil. This FA roll call, guys. If you want to hear your name, we've got Wade in Homerville, Georgia, is in A. Do I have signal problems? Damn it.
A little bit. Keep going.
Okay. Renee in Newcastle, Wyoming. Stephen in Boise, Idaho. Matthew in Littleton, Colorado is a new member of AFA. Jason Buskirk, New York, has joined up at the $125 level. Michael in Springfield, Pennsylvania is in. Brian in Center Hall, Pennsylvania is in. Robert in Grants Pass, Oregon is in. Rick Foley, Alabama is a new member of AFA. And Grace in Brooklane, sorry, not the address. Gillette, Wyoming is in as well. There's Sheila Jackson Lee. If we want to turn her up a little bit and see what she's in.
Yeah, let's do that.
If we must.
Oh, she's a great example of how much the left hates us. So yeah, I like to listen to her.
Fact, 1808, led by Mr. Cicilline, allows gun owners to hold their guns. This deals with the transfer of guns. Fact. As we can see, the lives of our children are lost through carnage, bloodshed, and murder.
And abortion.
Fact. By the hands of an AR 15.
And
an
abortionists.
assault-style weapon.
She
Fellow
doesn't-
citizens, fact, are killed
Fact.
by AR-15, 14, an assault-style weapon.
What's an AR-14?
Fact that every weapon of mass
previous
carnage
version.
is not done by a knife, a BB gun. It is not done by throwing a water bomb or words. It is not done by taking a bus and running over citizens. It is done by assault.
They did it at the parade in Wisconsin last year, guys.
Right. Yeah.
That
Or a-
racist communist.
Because I am tired of a fact of doing nothing. Mayor Bowser had a right to complain about Governor Abbott generating individuals unfairly, unjustly, and wrongly to another jurisdiction. But fact is that these weapons have killed. And so without any concern,
The weapons have killed by themselves. You
anyone
idiot.
that suggests that we are taking guns from good
Gentlelady's time
gun
is
owners,
expired.
we are not.
Yeah,
Thank
shut her up.
Lord.
Get her out.
Article
Gavel her down.
Post to CBS News and KXAN as unanimous consent. Vote for HR 1808.
Her out.
Shut up.
Gentlelady's time is
Shut up.
New York Reserve gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, here's the fact. This bill is unconstitutional.
Louis.
Supreme Court made clear the Second Amendment
Go get him,
protects
Louis.
firearms in common use. This bill has 8 pages of weapons, firearms that it bans, including 24 million firearms that American citizens, law-abiding American citizens, possess today. That is the fact. I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Mr. Gomer is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank my friend from Ohio. The previous assault weapons ban that was referenced by our speaker, I just want to make sure the record is actually correct. The FBI that kept the data had to admit, as sympathetic as they were to assault weapons ban, that actually it doesn't appear to have really made any difference. We want to talk about crime since then. We can talk about the big cities that have come under control of Democratic authority who have pushed for things like no bond. But John Adams had it exactly right. This Constitution is intended for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the governing of any other. So
God bless
we're
him.
going to have to get rid of all of our constitutional rights. We can't even allow freedom of assembly or speech, much less Second Amendment, if we're not going to teach moral right and wrong. And what are we finding? We're finding in our schools, of course, they're not teaching the 10 Commandments, and instead they're teaching to envy, look around, covet, see who has something more than you, and you should envy and covet. And just keep in mind, under the big city laws now, look, if you get violent, we'll give you no bond. We'll let you right back out. You want to know what would do more right now than banning AR-15s would be to ban Democrat thinking in the big cities that's allowing the crime rates to just explode. We've always had guns in America. That's why there is an America, but we've never had a time like this when we were teaching our children everything but the moral imperatives. That's why this bill needs to go down, and we need to go after the causes of our violence.
God bless him.
Good, Louis. I hate that we're losing Louis. He's tiring, unfortunately.
Right now, you have 1 minute.
They're cheering.
Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Ms. Garcia is recognized for 1 minute.
Never heard of this woman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of reinstating the assault weapons ban.
That was
Muter.
Probably the best speech that's been given on the floor so far, in my
Well,
opinion.
just explain it. I mean,
yeah, he got down into the weeds of the causation here. It's just like you walking into a doctor's office and say, oh my goodness, my arm is broken. Well, that's And this is as foolish as saying, well, yeah, that's because your arm is in pain. You know, it's like the symptom. No. So another thing I'd love for one of these Republicans to stand up there and say is the number one thing that we can do besides putting God back into our schools and restoring the family as the basic unit in America is we should ban SSRI psychotropic drugs in all of our schools and stop letting the degenerates in child's whatever services in all these different schools pass it out like freaking candy. That's the next thing that they could do. But no, they never.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I want to talk. Who is this? Who is this guy? I don't even know this guy. Let's talk about Louis Gohmert for a minute because I think it's worth giving an ode to Louis. He was very good. Louis Gohmert is leaving the Congress after a decade and a half being there, and a lot of people will say, "Oh well, he's been there for a long time," but he's always been good for most of the time, guys. And I have to look at his entire record, but he's been really good. And what he said is the philosophy that he takes to government, right? A religious people, a Christian people. That's what the Constitution was made for. When we have drag queens, when we have Democrats and all these people in the fake news media trying to turn girls into boys and boys into girls, it's a problem. And so our Constitution, these people want to amend it or destroy it or shred it so it meets what they want so that they can destroy our whole country. And that is the greatness of Louis Gohmert. And it's very sad that that he's leaving. Hopefully we're going to get in some good people in the next Congress who can talk along the same lines, because it's one thing to be MAGA, 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 right? Trump, 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 MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. It's another to be, this guy was a federal judge. Louis Gohmert is a federal judge. He's very smart. He's old-fashioned. He knows what America is all about, and he said it right there on the House floor. Let's see who's coming up next.
I mean, old-fashioned, but
Nadler?
Yeah, some no name.
Yeah, Colorado. Sorry.
I mean, and not just, you know, when he mentions the moral imperative, it's like there are root causes to things, okay? And we have to acknowledge that when working, and this happens every time, when working to stop what's happening in this country. The left doesn't want to acknowledge these things. It is morally wrong to encourage children to change their gender. It is morally wrong to kill babies in the womb. It is morally wrong for these people to pretend that the total destruction of the family unit, the destruction of a moral society, plays zero part at all. If you try to bring up the breakup of the family, they just scream racist at you the whole time. Racist, 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 racist. They refuse to
when
acknowledge.
They are the ones who are the racists who implemented the entire welfare system to destroy that culture. That's it. They're the ones who are the racists. They're the ones who are putting up the abortion clinics in all of the black population cities. They're the racists. It's just total projection, like always. Sorry, Ben, keep going.
No, you hit the nail right on the head. That was the reason for welfare. And they sat there and went, this is to help people get a leg up. No. That was not the point. The point was to destroy independence. It was to take away a man's honor and a woman's honor. It was to take away the respect that comes from earning a living and taking care of themselves and taking care of their families. That's what that stuff was for. So yeah, the families break up, the dads leave, kids get raised in fatherless homes, and then they turn out to be school shooters, hyped up on drugs for 10 years in a government school. And then we sit there and go, you know what the problem is? It's guns in the hands of all of these great Americans. If we can just ban 500 million guns, that'll fix this problem. No, it's because you people are a bunch of leftist, morality-hating degenerates who are intentionally tearing apart the fabric of our society. And the more you tear apart the fabric, the worse things get. And the worse things get, the more you people stand up there and say, let's take all the guns away. Let's just ban this and ban that and take this and take that. Go to hell. People are asking what the end vote is. This is another Democrat. I just want to mention for everybody hopping on here, we've been going for about 2 hours. A lot of you are with us from the very beginning. So they did all the resolutions through the Rules Committee. Now they're on the HR 1808, the so-called assault weapons ban. We've been fighting this the whole time. It's on the House floor. Each side, did I hear that right? Each side gets 30 minutes of debate. So they're going back and forth. They're going to the Republican floor leader, to the Democrat floor leader, and they're dividing their half an hour, 60 seconds to this congressperson, 60 seconds to that congressperson. When they run out of time, I think they're going to call the vote then on this bill, and it's projected to be very, very close. And we're going to see what's going to happen. I think to this point, guys, we've done everything that we can possibly do to defeat this today. And we're going to have more chances going forward, no matter what happens here, to fight against this stuff. But that's where we are in this process right now. They're just bouncing back and forth. Let's pull up Chip here once.
Fact. This assault weapon ban bill is unconstitutional. Chairman Nadler even recognized when he stated that, quote, the problem is that these weapons are in common use. And in Heller, the Supreme Court ruled that the Bill of Rights clearly protects firearms in common use. This is an unconstitutional piece of legislation. Fact. This assault weapons bill will ban the weapons in common use, and my colleagues will most assuredly target citizens to take their guns. In the words of Democratic perpetual candidate Beto O'Rourke, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47. That's the truth. Everyone knows.
No, you're not.
Don't hide behind it. Everybody knows precisely what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing.
What cost him his presidential run?
Less than 2% of all prisoners had a firearm obtained from a retail source at the time they committed their crime. Only 13% of the offenders in state prison population obtained their firearms from a retail source. Criminals usually don't get their guns at gun stores through legal channels. That's the fact. Another fact, upwards of 80% are committed by people with prior arrest records, often by people with prior convictions for violent crimes or prior weapons offenses, and almost none of our gun control proposals, and particularly this one, are targeted at this group. That's the truth. Those are the facts. The fact. As Thomas Jefferson said, the strongest reason for the people to retain the right to keep and bear arms is as a last resort to protect themselves against tyranny and government, the precise kind of tyranny that my colleagues are exercising today.
Amen.
Precisely when they're opening our borders up to lawless cartels and gangs, precisely when they're defunding the police, precisely when they're making our communities unsafe, they want to limit the ability of the American people to defend themselves and to exercise their Second Amendment rights to protect their families. That's what's happening on the floor, so my colleagues can appeal to their liberal white voters while they ignore the black men and women who are buying weapons at the time.
That's going to set them off.
That'll
set them off. Oh, here she comes. Who is this woman?
Contrary to Mr. Roy,
Somebody from New York.
this bill takes away nobody's weapons.
I want AOC to get in there.
Yeah.
The bill. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Ms. Escobar is
Oh, this is
recognized for 1 minute.
judiciary.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the assault weapons ban, which will save lives. Mr. Speaker, El Paso is coming up on a terrible anniversary. On August 3rd, 2019, my district was the site of the deadliest targeted attack on Latinos in modern history.
If you guys want us to turn her off and talk something else, let us know in the comments section. If you want to listen, tell us you want to listen.
Somebody was mad a minute ago that we didn't let Jim Jordan keep talking, but he's talked like 5 times or 10 times already. We've had him up here several times. Honestly, Chip Roy just wailed it out of the park. He went right back at him instead of doing the evidence.
He did.
Yeah, the evidence testimony, which is like trying to say, well, no, we got more self-defense cases than you have murder cases. That's what we've been hearing from a lot of people. Chip Roy just nailed it. Chip Roy, Louis Gohmert, boy, they take the cake so far. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, Chip has been a dog. Chip has been a dog on a bone on this entire issue ever since it came up. And again, he recognizes that that is what the Second Amendment is for, as a last resort against a tyrannical government. And the Democrats always sit there and they go, "Are you saying that you were you?" I hate Jerry Nadler and his voice said communist. Are you
Bishop
saying
is
that
good.
you would use
Bishop is
firearms
good.
on American troops?
Yeah.
Go on. Let's pull up Bishop here.
Turn up Bishop.
Will pass a bill openly defying the Supreme Court's explicit declaration of the constitutional rights of the American people. It represents the farthest ever reach of the Democrats' long pursued massive resistance doctrine. In markup, I asked if any Democrat disputed that this bill bans guns and magazines in common use. Chairman Nadler candidly responded, quote, "That's the point of the bill." In other words, the essence of the bill is to stop commerce in weapons, as alternatively described by the court in Heller in 2008, as those, quote, "typically possessed by law-abiding citizens for lawful purposes," close quote. Heller explained the origins of the right to keep and bear arms in militia service. Ordinarily, when called for militia service, able-bodied men were expected to appear bearing arms supplied by themselves and of the kind in common use at the time. The Supreme Court further explained, we also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and bear and carry arms. Miller said, as we have explained, that the sort of weapons protected were those, quote, "in common use at the time." This was explained and recapitulated in Bruin just a month ago on June 23. And we see repeatedly that this is being defied. In fact, 1 week after Bruin, the Supreme Court granted petitions for certiorari, vacated and remanded one state ban on MSRs and a state ban on magazines in common use to be reconsidered.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is defiance of the Supreme Court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from
Needed
Ohio.
to see some more energy there, to be honest with you, Ben. I didn't like the energy there.
Yeah. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from Third Way entitled "The Red State Murder Problem."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished young lady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Oh gosh, repulsive.
She's so
She's
gross.
the one who gave the those like foreigner Middle Easterners access to like the servers and crap all over the Congress
DNC.
or whatever. DNC, yeah.
She brought up the old JR-15 thing again there.
Hey,
The way she talks. It's like,
Start up a company.
The way
and let's
this
start
woman
selling
talks.
JR-15.
Yeah.
Yeah, JR-15.
Guy, again, in the comments, if you want to hear Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the demon on legs, there you go. T Scar says, "Please don't make me listen to this bitch."
She's one of these people that Matt Gaetz would be like, "Yeah, it's just crazy hearing all these ladies demanding and screaming for abortions, like the most unattractive."
Are you saying that
people
people
that
at these abortion rallies are fat and ugly? Yes. What do you say to people who think that that's offensive? And Matt Gaetz, be offended. It's true. I'm sorry. You don't get an ounce of respect when you're a baby killer. Okay, you get nothing. You get nothing for that. So,
Gosh, who's up next? Massey's got to be coming up. No, this is
sitting back there a
Fitzgerald.
minute ago.
There's Andrew Clyde back there. This is going to be a bore fest, I'm afraid, guys. This guy's like doesn't do anything ever.
Well,
hey, I
I
want to read some of the new members.
I want to listen
here
to
real
him for
quick.
just a minute, but I want to
Okay.
mention. I want to listen for a minute, and I want to say something.
From the ban on assault weapons. I therefore ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, just imagine you're a 17-year-old who makes a decision to enlist in the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, and then that 17-year-old goes through 8 weeks of basic combat training, BCT, at one of the basic training centers in Fort Jackson or Fort Knox or Fort Benning.
Come on.
And then they're given a service weapon, an M16 typically, and taught to assemble, disassemble that weapon down to the bolt.
A real
All
weapon
right.
of war.
I'm turning down. So this is another one of those, people shouldn't, if you're 18 years old, you should be able to do this, that, or the other thing. See, so this is Fitzgerald from Wisconsin, and old Scotty here voted for red flags on our military, and we at the Wisconsin Firearms Coalition called him out on it very hard. He looked really, really bad, and ever since, he's been trying to get in front of any mic that's available to try to make up for that really, really bad vote that he made.
I was gonna say, would a guy like this normally even bother to stand up on a bill like this? This makes a little bit more sense.
No.
He was getting spanked, and now he wants some thanks. I think is probably what's going on here.
Yeah, Patrick,
Get on the record.
You want to read some members here?
Yeah.
We want to hear from the members.
Yeah, if I can get a bunch of new members pouring in, guys. You got the website down at the bottom, joinafa.org, joinafa.org. Karen from Oak Lawn, Illinois is in. Charlie in Neonagua, Missouri is in. Trevor in Laramie, Wyoming is a new member of the American Firearms Association. Wade in Homerville, Georgia is in. Renee in Newcastle, Wyoming is a new member of the American Firearms Association. Matthew in Littleton, Colorado. Jason in Buskirk, New York. Actually, I read him earlier, guys. Join up today at joinafa.org. $35 a year, less than 10 cents a day. Get in, guys. Let's fight together. Let's win these battles in the end, ultimately. Who's this freak? I don't even know who this guy is.
Oof. These I've said it many times in our live streams before, but these people are the lowest amongst us. They are the worst amongst us. They're like the least qualified to govern or to be in government. They have no business. They should be drummed out and run out immediately. But all they do is they peddle the blood of the innocent dead for the political gold of their agenda. And Ben and I talked about this in our previous live stream, and good grief, there's a lot of lefties that are spamming us with their porno crap. It's just like pisses me off. But
on YouTube,
none of this stuff is accidental. They are doing this. They are trying to disarm their political opposition right now, at a time in American history when these same people who are in charge are also simultaneously destroying the value of the dollar. They are destroying America's economy. Inflation is out of control. Food prices are skyrocketing. Energy prices are skyrocketing. They are personally enriching China. Half of these people are in bed with China, and they are bringing out this gun control right now as all part of their plan to destroy this country. None of this stuff is accidental. This isn't an exclusive issue by itself that's just happening because of now is the time for it. No, it's being orchestrated to be happening right now. And we haven't really talked about it much yet on this live stream, but if this passes the House, and it likely will, it's going to go over to the Senate. If they have one more shooting, between now and the end of this Congress, we are in the fight of our lives.
That's right.
And then also, if that happens and they get that bill on the floor over there, they will run an amendment on that sucker so fast they will amend it to say forced buybacks will be implemented over the next 5 years. You have a voluntary period, then an involuntary period, and after a certain time, you're a felon. They will do all of this if they get the chance. And they're doing it to
This is Andrew Clyde,
their political opposition.
This is Andrew Clyde of Georgia, guys. Turn him up a little bit, Ben.
Department of Labor, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and down the line. So if they're weapons of war, as the Democrats call them, what do these departments need with weapons of war? Is the Department of Education going to use them against the moms and dads who protest against woke local school board policies? The Department of Housing and Urban Development going to use them against the occupants in their housing development. You cannot have it both ways. If it's a weapon of war, then ban these federal agencies too. The truth is they are simply a semi-automatic rifle the Democrats want to demonize so they can ban more guns and take away more of our citizens' unalienable constitutional rights. Democrat ignorance and malice do not justify banning nearly 25 million firearms that Americans, including myself, proudly own and responsibly use. Now, I know the author of this legislation would prefer that I spare him both the prefatory clause and the supremacy clause of the Second Amendment, but it is quite clear, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed, period, is the supremacy clause. And banning an entire class of firearms, the most popular firearm in common use today, is clearly infringement. An armed America is a safe and free America. I urge all of my colleagues to stand firm in the fight to protect and preserve the Second Amendment by voting no on this unconstitutional and therefore illegal piece of legislation. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter of endorsement of the assault weapons ban from the Major Cities Chiefs Association, a professional organization of law enforcement executives representing the largest cities in the United States.
Without
Look at this
objection.
freak.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a report from the Violence Policy Center entitled Target Law Enforcement Assault Weapons in the News.
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Higgins is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, no technology advances more quickly in our society than the technology of killing. Every day, weapons of mass destruction are being made and manipulated to kill more people more quickly. In Buffalo, New York, May 14th, one shooter, a racist shooter.
If you want us to turn this trash ball off, just let us know in the comments section. We'll turn it back on for somebody else worth listening to.
Started and was completed in 2 minutes.
Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, that's how we should gauge. Can they do the finger? Can they do the thumb?
Shut him up, please, dude.
Shut
New
him
York
up.
Journal.
All right.
him
I'm hearing you. I hear you in the comments. This guy's see these people are such lying trash. We'll turn it back on when somebody else worth listening to comes on here. But I mean, first of all, the guy needs a comb. So I mean, you spend enough of our tax dollars on those stupid signs you keep putting up there. Maybe I'll tell you what, you can take $5 of my hard-earned money and buy yourself a comb. Oh God, thank goodness he shut up. Hold on. Maybe we can turn this. Maybe there's somebody else worth listening to. But these people are all liars. Oh, racist shooter this and racist shooter that.
Are they closing it down?
Frankly, I don't care.
Put them up. Put them up.
Well, I'm working on it.
This is some other woman down there. Who is she?
We are the only country in the world.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Stores, malls,
I don't think Jordan has any more speakers at the
In
moment.
America, there has not been a single week in 2022 without a mass shooting.
You know what else hasn't happened in 2022?
Weapons of war especially have no place.
You know what else has happened every single week? Every single week of 2022, somebody in America used that pistol, used that shotgun, used that gun that they have in their purse, in their car, on their hip to protect innocent life. That's what happened. That's happened every single week in numbers far out. And again, not that that's even a valid point. It's not like if there's more shootings versus it. No, it is an inalienable right. You can't take it away. The right of self-defense is given to all of us by our Creator and signified and signed permanently in our founding documents. But even so, guns get used all the time to save lives. And these liars just want to highlight whatever they want to highlight. And then just like they've changed the technical definition of a recession, because we're not in a recession, right? Because a recession no longer qualifies as two consecutive quarters where our GDP goes down. Now they've also changed the definition of a mass shooting. So now everything's a mass shooting. I mean, if you hear a whole bunch of people shooting skeet out at the shooting range, a mass shooting just took place because that fits in the Democrats' definition of a mass shooting anymore. Look at this guy.
Yeah, Josh.
Oh, that's Al Green.
Oh.
What's up, Dow?
Thank God that I'm not the
Look
kind
at
of a part of the political class that is forced to wear that crap on my face to prove a political point, because I just couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle
That'd be
it.
Al Green.
You know that guy doesn't believe in that at all. He's totally 100% putting on a show for some far left voters and donors in his district, straight up.
Well, look, it's about ready to fall off of his nose here. It's gonna be riding under his nose here in about 2 seconds. There it goes. There it goes. It's falling.
Fix it. You see him thumping that cane on the ground. Oh, that cane.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know who he was, right? He introduced the first bill to impeach Trump. And everybody said he was crazy. Who else does
He
Nadler have here? Yeah, Al Green was a guy. Big Al.
So usually during these debates, they just bounce back and forth. The Republicans get to choose somebody, the Democrats get to choose somebody.
What's going on here?
But what you just said, Patrick, must be true that Jordan
Nobody
doesn't
there.
have any other speakers lined up right now to give a speech. So of course,
Ben
Nadler.
What happened? What happened to your lovely gal from Minnesota? You know,
Angie?
isn't she?
Oh,
she spoke earlier.
Michelle? Yeah,
Did
she
she?
spoke earlier. We had to whoop on her. We had to whoop on her hard. Michelle Fishbach. She's a peach. She didn't want to say nothing, but we put quite a bit of pressure on her with Minnesota gun rights, and she's actually been doing a little bit of a better job. She's at least giving some speeches, not Louis Gohmert's speeches.
That was a good one.
Oh,
Hey,
here's a
guys.
lefty in the comments section says we're clueless about the economy.
Where's
Let me
Massey?
guess. We got Massey.
Well, Massey just put something down. Did he put his words into the record? I think
Into
he
the record,
did.
maybe. Yeah, this Joshua Handfinger dude is a total moron. He's been in the he's been entertaining me. So for an NPC like him, it helps. Whoa, what is this?
Dude, look at this freak, Rosa DeLauro
Turn
from
this off.
Connecticut.
I want to hear this.
What a nut, a witch. She's a witch.
R-15 style assault weapon, the weapon of choice. 8 of the 10 deadliest mass shootings involved an assault weapon. We cannot be numb to this needless violence.
Lord.
It is long past time for us to act. In Connecticut, the tragedy at Sandy Hook changed our lives forever. These are unspeakable tragedies. They are
She makes me
avoidable
tired.
tragedies. And they're happening in our schools, our grocery stores.
That's a
our
man.
places of worship. The
Is
legislation
that a
before
dude
us
or a
today
lady?
will reduce the prevalence of assault weapons. Ban the
She's on
purchase of
psychedelics.
Get them off of our streets, make our communities safer,
Is that
protect
Ed from The Incredibles?
save their lives. Is that not the noblest of goals? To save
No,
lives?
it's not.
We have the
Yach.
opportunity to do that in this body today. Enough is enough. I yield
Gentlelady's
back.
time has expired.
Get her out.
New York Reserve.
Gavel.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We yield 5 minutes to the chair of the Second Amendment Caucus, the gentleman from.
There we go. It's Massey. Let's see what happens
There we
here.
go.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Come on.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank to the gentleman from Ohio. If facts are the ammunition of debate, I'd like to point out that the other side of the aisle entered this room unarmed. There's so many mischaracterizations or misfires, if you will, about this bill and what this bill does that I don't know where to start. But let me start here with the words of the author of this bill. He says it will ban weapons of war only suitable for soldiers in combat. Is that what it does? Does it ban an M16? It doesn't ban an M16 or an M4. It bans the most commonly sold rifle in the United States today and for the last several years. It doesn't ban weapons of war. It explicitly exempts the M1 Garand,
General Patton said the M1 Garand is the finest implement of battle ever devised. Why is it exempted? It's a weapon of war. It exempts the M1 carbine. Look at the picture of the soldiers, the Marines at Iwo Jima. What were they carrying? The M1 carbine. It exempts the quintessential Cold War weapon, the pride of the Chinese and the communists, the SKS. It's exempted in this bill. These are literal weapons of war that are not in this bill. Now they'll come back and ban those, but they don't want to ban them right now because they don't look scary enough. They have a wooden forestock and a wooden butt. They're not made of plastic. They don't look like the scary stuff on the news, so they have no interest in banning that. Literal, actual weapons of war are not banned, but the most common firearm sold today is banned. But let's take them at their word. Weapons of war, these are weapons of war. We got to ban weapons of war. Well, they exempt 80-some federal agencies from the ban. Literally every bureaucratic agency in the government can have a weapon of war under this bill. Weapons of war, as they call them. So we offered an amendment in the committee. We couldn't conceive of why the Department of Education would need a weapon of war to complete their mission of educating our children, coming up with curriculum. We couldn't conceive of why the USDA would need weapons of war. So we offered an amendment to exempt the USDA and the Department of Education from being able to have these weapons of war, so-called weapons of war. Every Democrat, even though they couldn't give us a good reason of why these agencies would need weapons of war or with whom they plan to go to war, are they bringing them to the school board? Where are they going to bring these things? Now they couldn't.
Jeff says, "I don't like this argument." Laugh out loud.
Would need weapons of war, but they all voted to allow these agencies to have weapons of war. Now, the reason they did, we came to that conclusion, is they aren't weapons of war. It's the most common firearm sold in the United States today. These are not weapons of war. There was one Democrat who did articulate a reason. He said, well, they're actually good for defense. You might need them to defend the Department of Education. But that's what the Second Amendment is about. It's not about making sure that the Department of Education, which by the way is unconstitutional, but it's not making sure that the Department of Education can have proper defense. It's for the people to have proper defense. So that's the first falsehood. Now here's another reason that gun owners should be concerned about this bill. Maybe you don't own one of these firearms, but if you own guns, you know about terminal ballistics, you know what are suitable calibers for hunting deer, for hunting coyotes. We've heard it said here today and in the committee, and they showed us a video. Oh, the terminal ballistics of a .223 round are so dangerous that we need to ban these AR-15s because they shoot .223 rounds. What they didn't show you was a video of a deer cartridge, like a 30-06 or a 7mm or a .308. If you are banning, if the purpose of this legislation is to ban these firearms because they shoot a cartridge with those terminal ballistics of a .223, then you absolutely plan to come after deer rifles because they have 2 and 3 times as much power, 2 and 3 times as much destructive and killing power as the firearm, as a cartridge used in the firearm that you seek to ban here today. Another falsehood, this bill will save lives. Let me get to this. We heard it here today. I was waiting for it. It was mentioned a couple times. Even the Speaker of the House mentioned it. They have said that the 94 to 2004 assault weapons ban, so-called assault weapons, reduced crime. That crime went down. Well, guess what? From 95 to 2004, there were 2 million of these firearms imported or manufactured and sold.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for another 30 seconds.
The number of these rifles doubled in the United States during your last assault weapons ban. If you think crime went down because of the last assault weapons ban, then you've got some explaining to do because the number of those rifles increased. Maybe, just maybe, people became safer. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is reserved. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
So this thing, did you 5 minutes? Comment in the comment section.
He is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. We face two choices.
Jeff doesn't like the argument.
One is to protect our children, to protect our houses of worship, to protect where we shop, to protect when we watch a movie. From guns that exist for one purpose only, mass death inflicted efficiently.
Can I turn this guy off? You guys let me know.
To the other argument.
If you want me to turn this guy off, let me know.
Enthralled to the gun manufacturers to protect them at any cost. And you, as a citizen,
I guess they love him.
collateral damage at the altar of the gun manufacturers.
Turn him off. Turn him
All
off.
right.
Forever.
OFG.
This guy,
Yeah.
Connolly?
In the Judiciary Committee was like raging, screaming at Chip Roy, hands up in the air like this. Rah, rah. I think he ended up being gavelled down by Nadler. I think somebody had said something about God, and he was just outraged that we would even mention God in this debate. And it's a classic example of an archaic old boomer Democrat who just needs to move on. Get out to pasture. We've had enough of you. Did you see him put on his mask there to walk away? You see that on the big screen?
Yeah.
There's Stinny.
That guy, whoever that guy, the previous guy was, and do we need to listen to Steny Hoyer? I don't know. But he went Democrat. What was that guy's Louisiana? Clay Higgins, is that his name from Louisiana? Yeah, yesterday or the day, whenever it was, like 2 days ago, Higgins was sitting there making the case that when you ban these things, when you try to come for them, what's going to happen? You're setting up gunfights in millions of locations all across America.
Yes.
Because when people try to come and confiscate this stuff, it's not going to be at 3:30 in the morning with advance notice. You're going to create millions of situations where scary people coming in the door with guns and lights, and what's your instant reaction? And that guy stood up and starts railing, like screaming and shouting against Clay Higgins, but man, Clay Higgins nailed it. But that's exactly right. These people, they're setting up a very bad situation at some point down the road, and it's all on them. And that's what Clay Higgins' point was. This is all on you. You implement this kind of stuff. You sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind, was Clay Higgins' insinuation there. And you know what? I think he probably nailed it.
But that's always been the case, though, right? That's always been the point. Like, if you pass a red flag law and you smash down somebody's door at 2:00 in the morning to seize their guns, you may turn what is at that moment a very peaceful sleeping individual who just heard his door blast open in the middle of the night, turn him into a gunfight. It'll happen. If you try to say we're banning these firearms and now we're actually going to go door to door, blood will be shed. It's inevitable. Okay. Like this is what happens. And you can say it's because you guys are extremists. It's because no, any situation like this, if you want it to happen millions of times over and over and over, if you think it's just going to go off peaceably every single time, you're out of your mind. You're going to cause the problem that you claim to want to avoid. But it's always been lies. I'll tell you what, just to throw this out there, I don't know how long this windbag's going to talk, but I think one of the best things that Donald Trump ever did as president was to annihilate trust in the corporate Democrat-owned media. These people like Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, and these other billionaires who own these so-called news sites, whose full-time job it is to annihilate everything that we love and care about. I'm happy to see that people no longer believe the lies. And now when we get to watch these people try to ply their trade on the House floor of Congress, now we get to sit back and go, yes, lies, 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 lies. From beginning to end, you're pushing an agenda, and it's an agenda of tyranny, and we're not going to sit by and let it happen. Guys, If you agree, go to joinafa.org. We invite you to get on board. Join the American Firearms Association. We would love to have you. Sorry for looking a little bit tired. We've been live at least
turn this guy up
2 hours 45 minutes here. If we want to listen to Hoyer, just a Democrat, but we'll see. If you want me to turn it off, just say it.
The less crime we'll have. Seems a little counterintuitive to me. Two teachers in Uvalde, Texas, just a few weeks ago.
As soon as we say turn it on, they say turn it off.
You know, to
Oh, I know. Sig and Missy are like, he's the majority leader. Listen to him. Nah, that's pretty much the singular reason why he should be not listened to. We know the talking points that are going to come out of his mouth are lies. The same ones that have been on repeat ever since they started.
Watch the assault weapons inflict mass
So,
destruction in our communities.
the most expensive nursing home in the world, says T Scar over on
Yeah.
YouTube.
And they're going to increase their pay in the lame duck after November too. They'll increase their pay.
Yeah.
Their community safe. That's why law enforcement largely, not all
Law enforcement
support.
They want to be disarmed.
Bill, because they see that as one of the greatest dangers to their lives.
Why didn't they go in Uvalde?
That nearly a quarter of all the police officers killed in the line of duty between 2016 and 2017 were killed by the same firearms that would be outlawed under this ban. Those police officers killed by assault weapons, almost a quarter of them were wearing body armor that was nevertheless penetrated by a bullet. These types of attack and police killings are not inevitable. We know there's a better way. We know
Renee, how many abortions do they do in a single day? It's probably been 500 in the time that they're speaking here, maybe more. We've been on for 3 hours.
This was not
maybe
some
5,000.
bill. It was a bipartisan bill. I'll speak more to that in just a second.
Bipartisan.
Together in 94 to pass a ban, including 46 House Republicans.
Yeah, not anymore, bro.
Support from law enforcement and from both Democratic and Republican presidents, including Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, he was anti-gun. We know. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
Control of Congress. They allowed
That shit doesn't work on us anymore, you dumb old loser.
Yeah, that's 30 years ago. Talking
Mass
points.
Shootings tripled.
Well, he was there for 60.
Is anybody out there?
Today, I'm pleased to bring Mr. Cicilline's bill to the floor.
I think we just lost Patrick's audio. Can you hear him, Ben?
No.
Reinstate a bill that
I
has
can't
been
hear him
taken to
either.
the court already.
I just want to ask this idiot. Hey, Eric Holder can give assault rifles to the drug cartels as the director, as the attorney, from the ATF. And then we're finding out now. I mean, they're all up there quoting these government bureaucracy statistics and stuff that they're cooking up. I just mute him, Ben. He's a piece of trash. They're all these Democrats, all these lefties are jumping up there. They're talking about how all these different intergovernmental agencies are cooking the books and coming up with these fake studies. But now we're finding out that the FBI is so corrupt that they were deliberately derailing the Hunter Biden laptop as disinformation when it comes out that it was all actually true. We don't trust any of these people anymore. In a government that has become this distrustful, trying to disarm us, well, we don't even have to think it might be the worst or assume it is the worst. We do know what their end game here is. So shut up and let's just get this vote over with, in my opinion.
I mean, you just watch. I mean, how old is he, Chris? Google how old is Hoyer? We want to know here. So it's like people are saying in the comments section. This is a good reason to have term limits.
83 years old.
83. You got no business. Nobody has more love and respect for their grandparents in their 80s than I do. I love my grandma. But at 83 years old, in your mid 80s, you got no business standing up there in the House of Congress trying to run this country. Our founding fathers were almost all of them in the time of the war for American independence. They call it the Revolutionary War. almost every single one of them was sub 40 years old. Most of them were in their early 30s and in their 20s when they created our country, when they wrote the founding documents of our nation. So we went from a country that was once young and vibrant and full of how do I say, a zeal for life and freedom, and now we're run by a bunch of geriatric leftists.
Yeah.
And it's an absolute travesty. Jules says old coot. Robert says we the people rebuke you. I actually like that.
Yeah, that's great. I love that terminology.
Yeah, get out of here. The Dead Sea was only sick when this guy started politics, says Robert.
I've never heard that one before. That's pretty good.
Dead Sea was sick. I like that. Lily Frazier says put DeSantis in there.
Ooh, don't threaten us with a good time.
Yeah. I mean, how many minutes did they give this guy? For pity's sake, this guy, oxygen thieves, says Hendrick. I mean, this guy is saying in 10 minutes what the rest of the Democrats said in 60 seconds. It's just exhausting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let us know what you guys think so far about this massive charade. I wish they'd
just on that point, and if he's still talking, I'm going to talk here for just a second. But on that point of the age of the founding fathers, on July 4, 1776, I just looked it up here. James Monroe was 18. Pinckney, who signed the Constitution, was 18. Henry Lee was 20. Nathan Hale was 21. Alexander Hamilton was 21. Benjamin Talmadge was 22. George Rogers Clark, who was out in the frontier side of things, he was 23. James Madison was 25. Henry Knox was 25. The Marquis de Lafayette, who unraveled the Washington cabal that was trying to take out Washington, 18 years old. 18
men.
Anyway,
real men.
Yes.
Real men. Let's
Jordan's up
talking here.
The Second Amendment, which the Supreme Court has said protects firearms in common use. 24 million Americans have these weapons out there. That is most certainly common use. And the fact that the chair of the Judiciary Committee says, I don't care, we're going to do it, even though we know it's unconstitutional, that is just wrong. With that, I yield 1 minute to my friend, the gentleman from Texas.
As for 1 minute. Too often, Mr. Speaker, we skip over the fundamental principle and precept and driver of the Second Amendment. So let's reaffirm our faith here. Our founders were determined to fight against their own government for our freedom and independence. They stated unequivocally that when there were a train of abuses and usurpations and the citizens were reduced to absolute despotism, it was our right and our duty to throw off that government. We wouldn't have these United States. We wouldn't be here today without this sacred Second Amendment. Every law-abiding citizen in America must be able to meet evil with equal or greater force, whether it's a violent criminal, a crazed killer, or a coercive government. We should, Mr. Speaker, we must reject this attempt to trample the Constitution, violate the spirit of what those founders wrote into that sacred document, and to disarm our citizens. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will advise managers. Mr. Jordan has 1 minute. Mr. Nadler has 6 minutes. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the previous speaker on the Republican side said that citizens must be able to meet the government with equal arms. The United States government has hydrogen bombs. Does he think that every citizen ought to have a hydrogen bomb? Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman.
The old stupid argument from Nadler.
Joanne Devin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I know the damage that guns can cause firsthand. When I was 16, an accidental gunshot severed my spinal cord and left me paralyzed. Yet the damage caused by that gun pales in comparison to the destruction
So we
caused.
should ban them all then, right?
The sole purpose is to inflict maximum damage on their targets. No one needs an assault weapon to go deer hunting. No one needs an assault weapon to defend their home.
There it is.
These weapons of war simply have no place on our streets. After all, it's no coincidence that assault weapons were the firearm of choice for the killers in Uvalde, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Parkland, Orlando, Sandy Hook, and the list goes on. So I ask my colleagues, does this body have the courage to stop the next massacre from taking place? Or will we shirk from our responsibilities and our duty, or content to simply offer thoughts and prayers while Americans, and even small children, are mowed down in our schools, grocery stores, and places of worship? I know which side I'm on, and I hope my colleagues will join me. I thank Congressman Cicilline for his steadfast work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Strong support of the assault weapons ban. I live very close to Highland Park.
You know, talk about it. That last speaker there. Talk about a person who has spent their lifetime not taking any responsibility for the stupid mistake that got him shot accidentally. You know, if somebody accidentally shoots a gun and a bad thing happens with it, it was the person who accidentally shot that gun and did something bad with it. If he was tinkering around with a gun at 16 years old and accidentally shot himself, that's on the people who were supposed to train him. That's on him for handling it recklessly and foolishly. I could handle a gun with perfect safety, as perfect as you can get with a gun, when I was 16 years old. What an absolute fool to come on the floor of Congress and try to outlaw every gun in America, because it's what they want to do, because of a stupid mistake that you refused, or the person who accidentally shot the gun who hurt you in the first place. Take some responsibility. But then again, that is the Democrat way, isn't it? We don't take responsibility for anything. It's not my fault. It's everybody else's fault. I'm sure that the reason he was accidentally shot was because of racism. Had to be. It's the only explanation.
Yeah, you're right.
It's the only explanation. Racism shoots people. It happens every day. So these people are not to be on a normal day. If that guy was riding his scooter down the road, and I stood and chatted with him for a little while, you know, what happened to you, brother? You know, and he's like, when I was 16, a freak accident, I accidentally shot, caused me this. Nothing but sympathy. And man, what a guy to pull his life together and to be doing so well. But when you hop on the floor of Congress and try to peddle your bullshit and try to take away the guns from 100 million law-abiding Americans who are sick and tired of your trash, you're going to get nothing but resistance from us. So I heard a couple of minutes ago, didn't the Speaker Pro Tem say that Nadler had 6 minutes left and Jordan had 60 seconds? Is that right?
Yeah.
And this is 3 speakers later. So my guess is
Jim Jordan will be next and last.
Could be. I think they're running out of time. Again, both sides of Republicans and Democrats had 30 minutes each for debate. So it sounds like they're running out of time.
Reserves, gentleman from Ohio. Reserves.
Well, I would just say if the gentlelady from Ohio wants to come to the 4th District of Ohio and debate me on the Second Amendment, I'd welcome her to come anytime she wants to our district. She can stay here and lecture all she wants, but I'd welcome her to come to our district. I'd be happy to debate her. And my guess is the constituents I get the privilege of representing, most of them probably agree with me and agree with the United States Constitution. I reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen is recognized for 1 minute.
This guy is repulsive.
Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this has been an interesting debate. The cumulative debate from the Republican side have been members who've been wanting to show their knowledge of weapons, their intimate knowledge of weapons. They're almost a fetishism with weapons, something that only Freud would properly understand and be able to explain.
This from this guy?
Yeah, no kidding.
Hands being dangerous and knives being dangerous, but hands and knives and other weapons that they discussed don't kill people in volume and number like AR-15s do.
More people.
They do, you moron.
Even shots to extremities.
Idiot.
All made fatal impacts on people. The AR-15 is an outgrowth of a military weapon that was designed for military use. The AR-15 is a weapon that destroys people's bodies, kills them quickly, and it should not be allowed in a civilized, safe society.
He's definitely at risk for monkeypox.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got the mask in the wrong location, though.
Gentlemen from New York reserves, gentlemen from Ohio reserves, gentlemen from New York is recognized.
Speaker, how much time does each side have?
Shut this guy up. Let's go.
The gentleman from
Hold on.
Ohio has 45 seconds.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, red flag laws take all guns from some people. This bill makes illegal some guns for all people, and we know where they want to go. We know what they want to do. They want to take all guns from all people because they can't stand the Second Amendment. They hate the Second Amendment. In fact, during the markup, the sponsor of the legislation said this, quote, "Spare me the BS about constitutional rights. Well, Republicans care about law-abiding citizens."
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
Wasn't
there's no
bad.
surprise that assault weapons are the weapon of choice for mass shooters and those who target law enforcement. They are designed for
Law enforcement. Because we care about law enforcement now.
most people in the shortest amount of time. The gentleman from Ohio was right. I did say in the committee, spare us the BS. I meant the Republican BS about the Constitution, about the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is designed not to allow people to fight the government.
What a bastard.
Do we want to take?
What is he talking about?
Is that what they say? That is what they say. We saw what that did with the insurrection we had recently. And that was
Yeah, they didn't have any
guns.
guns, you idiot.
Weapons, but the Second Amendment is designed to allow for a well-regulated militia, which is to say, in our day, the National Guard. The assault weapons ban weapons of war off our
Supreme Court
streets.
says otherwise. This
And that
guy's
is
impulsive.
why it is supported by all associations of police, by the American Federation of Teachers, the American College of Physicians, American Public Health Association, the National Alliance to End Sexual Violence, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the Major Cities Police Chiefs Association. They know what they're doing. The assault weapons ban would take these weapons of war off our streets. It would prevent more of the Uvaldes, more of the Parklands, more of the Tree of Life synagogue. I urge all members to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1302, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading of the bill.
Bill to regulate assault weapons to ensure that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1808 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor shall say aye. All those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
In the nays.
Gentleman from Wisconsin requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage. This is a 15-minute vote.
15-minute means 45.
Wow.
Guys, during this, I want you to take the opportunity, so many of your fellow watchers today, to join up the American Firearms Association at joina.org. We're flashing across the bottom there. Join up tonight at joinafa.org.
What a mess.
Yeah.
What a mess. Guys, let us know what you're thinking. Sound off in the comments section. I see my good friend Mark says, I motion that you are all fired. I like all in favor. Say aye. Aye. The
Hearing no
motion
objection,
passes.
so ordered.
You are all fired. I just want to say we love you guys, man. All of you who are in this comment section who have joined the American Firearms Association, the members of our state affiliate organizations. You guys have spent an extreme amount of time. Like I said, we've been working 80, 90-hour weeks for the last several weeks on this stuff. You guys have made an extreme amount of phone calls, signed petitions, sent emails. You have done an extreme amount of work to help us fight against these bills, against former bills. And I know you're going to do it again in the future. Help us out. If you're not a member already, join the American Firearms Association today. I do want to mention, I saw a couple of comments. We're going to send out some member packets the other day, and some of the t-shirts had been printed wrong by the company. So I don't know if they were run by the Chi-Coms or the Democrats or what, but we did have to send back some of our AFA t-shirts. So if you've been waiting for just a little bit to get your membership packet, I apologize for that. We just got a huge order shipped back just a couple of days ago. So if you're expecting a membership packet and your t-shirts on the way, all the brand new t-shirts have arrived, and we're going to be shipping those out immediately. And that means that everybody who's joining up tonight with the American Firearms Association, every membership comes with a free AFA t-shirt. Those t-shirts are going to be shipped out very, very soon. I'm sure a whole bunch went out this weekend and are going out again tomorrow. So go to joinafa.org. Join up and get on board, guys.
Yeah, and so what we're voting on here, guys, is the motion to recommit. The Republicans requested this. It was on the voice vote. It was voted no, and then the Republicans requested the yeas and nays. It's a recorded vote. So that's what we're voting on right now. Then after this, if the Democrats or this should be a no on the motion to recommit, meaning the no's will probably win this, I think, if I'm reading it correctly. And then we'll have a final vote on the so-called assault weapons ban. And then we may have another vote after that if the yeas and nays are requested. So, guys, here's what we're going to do here in just a minute. Ben and I are going to go off. And we're going to let this run. If you want to keep watching, watch it. We're going to leave this here for y'all. We have some work to finish up here in our respective offices. But keep watching. This is the motion to recommit. As you can see, the Republicans are voting yes. Democrats are voting no. If this were to be a yes vote, then obviously this thing would be dead, at least for the moment. We expect the no's will win here. And then they're going to have a vote on the so-called assault weapons ban. So, Ben, if you're in agreement with me, we got a little work to knock out here. We'll bounce off here for just a little bit.
Leave this stream going.
Oh, yeah. Just you guys keep up your comments in the comment section, guys, and we're going to let this run live here And then one or both of us will be back here in a little while.
Yep, sounds good. Share this, guys. This is a live stream. Just for I think that's pretty obvious, but it is a live stream that's happening right now. So it's not going to happen any faster anywhere else. So again, this looks like maybe a 45-minute vote, like Patrick was just talking about.
It'll probably last that long.
Right, probably last that long, and then they have to move. Then they're going to move to the next one. So, yeah, we're going to leave this going here, you guys, and we'll be back very shortly. We're going to continue to monitor this ourselves, and we'll be back very soon. Yeah, can you hear us, guys? Can you hear us all right? Let us know. We're working on some stuff on the backside, trying to get it to work. But I don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to try something a little different here, and we're going to make sure the audio stays on. Again, you won't be able to hear anybody until they unmute. Until they unmute themselves on the congressional side. Patrick, you can continue working over there, and I'll keep since I'm hosting the video, so I'm gonna stay on here and keep this going. All right.
Yeah, all right, guys. We may have to come and go, but we'll be here.
All right, you can bounce, Patrick, and we're gonna keep monitoring Congress on the assault weapons ban.
Okay, so can they hear the House floor now? Eric says muted, but I think that he was responding to earlier. Oh, it's probably me.
Designated by Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
I can hear him now.
No on the motion to recommit. For what purpose does my friend from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Beasy, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Beasy will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Speaker Perlmutter, as the gentleman designated by Mr. John Carter of Texas, Kay Granger of Texas, Troy Nails of Texas, and Paul Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that will all vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
And guys, I'm not sure what just happened here. Give me just a minute. I don't know if Congress just killed the feed. or what happened here. Well, let's hop over to I'm gonna try to find us a different feed here. So we just lost a congressional feed, and I'm not sure why. Let's go over to the YouTubes and see if we can find it live there once here. All right. Leave it to Congress to not have a website that works properly.
Here as a member designated by Ms. Stevens, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Franco.
Ben, I was coming to help you out, man. All of a sudden, you got the feed fixed.
Mr. Blumenauer,
I think we got her going.
Mr. Ryan,
Okay.
I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Nope. All right. So for everybody's asking, they're voting on a motion right now that was made by Congressman Fitzgerald from Wisconsin. And I think the next vote after this one, they've already gone through an hour of each side of.
My friend from Colorado seek recognition.
As a member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass, Mr. Evans, Ms. Sherfless McCormick, and Ms. Strickland, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from the great state of Colorado that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Good. Let's keep it that way. So we went through.
What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek?
All right. So they're all proxy voting right now on different pieces of this legislation. So right now, again, they went through 30 minutes of debate. Republicans had 30 minutes. Democrats had 30 minutes. They put up all these different Congress members for 60 seconds for whatever. And now they're voting on a resolution from Congressman Fitzgerald from Wisconsin. I think it's very likely that once this is over, and it could take a little bit of time here, but once this is over, it'll likely come to the full floor vote now, the third reading, as they say, to pass, to vote on to pass HR 1808. So we're going to turn this back on for you guys. It's going to take a little bit of time, as you can see in the totals there on the screen. So far, just on this one resolution, the totals are 75 yay, 71 nay. So there's a lot of House members that have to vote yet. But we're going to turn this back on here. I don't know if Aaron's going to come in and give us kind of an update on what he's seeing on his end, or what the plan is there. Is that a yes, no, maybe so? And I'll just tell you guys.
Yeah, man, I'm here right now. Absolutely.
Roll it. I'll tell you this. The AFA team is firing on all cylinders right now. We have team members who are doing some of these videos here. We're streaming on a lot of different platforms.
We're doing texting campaigns. We're doing email campaigns, all we can. I've been talking to members of Congress throughout the afternoon, pushing against this as hard as we possibly can. You know, guys, we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. Pelosi doesn't ordinarily put a gun control bill on the floor unless she knows she has the votes to pass it. So we expect the likelihood is we're going to see a final passage on this thing today, and they are going to pass HR 1808, but it's not done until it's done. And even right now, AFA members are calling their members of Congress saying, don't you dare do this. And this was discussed a couple of hours ago, Ben, but this is not going to be a normal election year. This could very likely be a 2010 style election year. This could be the biggest amount of bloodshed politically we've seen since the River Nile went red back in Egypt. And so for a lot of Democrats right now, this is not just if you're a 1% seat, you're scared. If you're a 5% plus or minus seat right now. A lot of these guys are scared and they don't want to have to vote on this, but the AOCs of their caucus are driving this and forcing them to make the vote. So we're going to see. It's going to be a fight all the way to the finish.
And you guys have been here every step of the way. We've been live streaming right now for 3.5 hours. This is supposed to be the last day of Congress meeting right now. They're supposed to go on a big long break after this. Thank God. How about you just don't come back in for 5 years? Like, let's just watch what happens. Let's just watch what happens when the American people are allowed to simply live their lives without government interference. We might find that our country is much, much, much better off without constant, never-ending, incessant interference from the federal government. Guaranteed. So again, more proxy voting happening right now. For those who didn't catch this portion of the video a little while ago, basically because of and Patrick explained this, because of the COVID lockdowns, they brought in proxy voting where one member can stand up there and vote on behalf of 2, 3, 5, 10 different Congress members. So right now they're getting the yays and nays on this resolution from Fitzgerald in Wisconsin. And
there she is. Come on, Ben, crank that audio.
And Ms. Stanbury, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
There she was, AOC in the flesh. She's a crazy one.
House that Mrs. Miller will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Yeah, guys, there was a time, back in the day when I began doing gun politics at the state level back in 2009. There was still a time back then when we actually had, blue dog Democrats, both at the state and federal level. You still had Democrats who, would say, yeah, I want to spend all your money, but I don't want to screw with your social issues. I don't want to take away the fabric of this nation. And what we've seen now over the last 10 years, over the last 18 months in particular, but for the last 10 years now, is the complete erosion of any idea of a blue dog Democrat. All we have these days are people like AOC who viciously are filled with two things. Number one, self-loathing. You can see it on all of their faces. They hate themselves for ever even being born. And number two, they hate this country. They hate this country, and it seeps out of their pores. These people would love nothing more than to take this country and make it to the next Venezuela, the next European hellhole where only the government has the firearms. That's the whole point of this bill. That's the whole point of their agenda. And they know they cannot turn this great nation into this pit of darkness until they disarm us. That is what this whole thing is all about. So we're in a spot now where we don't have any blue dog Democrats left, number one. And number two, when it comes to the Republicans, so often you've seen this today ad nauseum. We have some champions, and you heard some today. You heard Thomas Massey. You saw Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've heard some strong stuff from a few. But we have hundreds of Republicans in here, and most of them sit there and hang their shoulders and talk about, well, we have to be able to go out there and hunt deer. This has nothing to do with that. This has nothing to do with deer hunting, nothing to do with target shooting. It's all about saving our country from the darkness of tyranny that these people want to mandate. So, again, this is for all the marbles, and we have to keep that pressure on all the way because they're not playing halfway anymore. They're going for everything they can until the midterms. They're not going to let up.
I really just can't even picture in my mind in America without the freedom to protect yourself. We saw what happened in Australia during the lockdowns. Did you see what happened in China? They were welding people into their apartments, starving people to death, and nobody could do anything about it. Trudeau, didn't he just ban pistol ownership or the purchasing, the sales of pistol ownership in Canada? No. And he stands up there and says, and that was the thing that Trudeau said. He goes, I know that America has this Second Amendment, and I know that some of those kind of ideologies have trickled north to us. But this here in Canada, we don't have anything like that. He was angry that Canadians want Second Amendment freedoms like we have in America, and he was chastising them and saying, we don't have anything like that. None of these countries do. Only America. Only our founding fathers were wise enough to put the right of self-defense, to codify it in the founding documents and say that's something you can't take away from the people. So sitting here watching for the first time since I was probably a baby, watching our House of Congress voting to take away fundamental rights given to all people by God and enshrined in our Constitution makes my blood boil. And no matter what happens, if they pass this bill, if by some miracle they ram it through the Senate, if they can get some of the votes from the Republicans, I'm not going to pass off a single one of my guns. I will not hand them in. I will not give them to you. You may not have them. If you want them, come and take them. Amen. And I think that's going to be the message from millions and millions of Americans.
Oh God, yes, absolutely.
Millions and millions. It'll be a war.
There's a lot of folks asking. I see Sig and Missy right now. We're asking the comment section about guns being grandfathered in. It's a good topic. The answer to the question is yes, but there's a caveat. Number one, what they're doing with that grandfather clause is they're trying to buy the silence of gun owners who say, I've already got mine, so who cares? Now, I'm not saying you're thinking that, Sig. I'm just telling you, for a lot of people who might be tempted to think that way, the idea they're trying to do with this is to say, we can get those people and they can just shut down their objections by giving them a grandfather clause. But here's the deal. Number one, any firearm you own like that has to go into a government registry immediately, or you're a felon. That's number one. And then number two, any future transfers of that firearm to your children, for example, goes into that government database. But here's the biggest point of all, and we all know this. If they ever pass this garbage, the next time there's a mass shooting, next week, because it always seems to happen when they need this. If it happens again, what they're going to do is say, oh my God, it's the current ARs in circulation. We have to go now house to house, door to door, and take them. So Sig and Missy, to answer your question, sure, there's a grandfather clause until the next day when there's no longer a grandfather clause, because that's exactly what they'll do. I mean, this is not a theory. We saw this happen in June. They passed this massive federal gun control bill, and the very next day, Pelosi is saying, now we're going to move on to trying to go after their so-called assault weapons. This is their playbook. They get their piece, they come back for more, they get a piece, they come back for more. That's the plan. That's the playbook. They've always operated that way.
That Representative Jeffries will vote nay on the Republican motion to recommit H.R.
I'm old enough to remember a time, Ben, when people in Congress actually had to show up on the damn floor if they wanted to vote on a bill. I mean, this idea that they can sit there and text in, they're not practically texting in their vote is absolutely disgusting stuff here. Yeah, Heath Gray is asking a great point. Heath Gray, my old friend from Dickens, Iowa. He says, does SEPA law override this? Well, it does. Effectually, it does, because, again, the whole idea behind this, Heath, as you know, is that they're going to have a federal law and they're going to count on state officers to enforce it, troopers, deputies, city cops, etc. And so while they could still send their federal authorities into Iowa, where you live, for example, where we live, for example, or Missouri or other places, they can send in federal cops to enforce federal law. But the bottom line is that they don't have the manpower for that. They count on co-opting state local authorities to do it for them. So if we have SEPA on the books like they have in Missouri right now, then all that local cooperation is denied. And so effectively, this crap falls dead on its face. It's still the law, but it's simply not going to be enforced because there's not the manpower to do it. So that's the big push here. And that's the thing, folks. Freedom is contagious. Freedom is contagious. And as more and more gun owners wake up and see, for example, what Missouri has on the books right now with SEPA, They're going to push for that. Oh, there she is, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. God,
nasty.
What a nasty woman. As more and more going to see what's happening in these red states like in Missouri, the demand for SAPA law is going to explode. And these red states that have been blocking this, they've been blocking this for the last 18 months now after Missouri blazed that trail, like in Iowa, for example. You're going to feel the pain of gun owners in these states. So people are not going to sit back and allow you as a red state to do nothing. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Somebody saying something about, but don't they, how do they know where to get the guns are if they're not registered? Someone asked that comment. I mean, as we all know, it's national news. I mean, they had digitized the paper invoices of hundreds of millions of different transactions. I'm sorry, tens of millions of transactions going back for years now. The ATF has a massive database of gun owners. And yeah, I'll just say it to you guys. I mean, you can do what you want to do and do what's in compliance with your own state laws, but I don't think I've ever bought a gun from a dealer. Maybe once. I think maybe my Wilson Combat. That gun is badass. And that one I might have got. I couldn't find that thing in a private sale. But people talk about private sales like you're buying cocaine, like it's some kind of an evil deal. Man, I love private sales because, by God, I don't want these psychos to know what guns I own. So I would just encourage everybody watching right now, in compliance with your local laws and stuff, for heaven's sakes, don't give these people a list. Don't give them a list. Buy in private party transactions, man.
Well,
so
we all saw the video. We all just saw the ATF. And was that New Jersey? Was that New Jersey where it was?
I'm not sure what state that was in, Ben.
I'm pretty sure it's New Jersey. They show up at this guy's house, 3 ATF agents. They knock on his door, and they've got a list of guns. And they say, you just bought these guns. You got flagged, and we're here. Can you just go in your house and get those guns? Can you just show us those guns?
We're just checking. We're just checking.
There's been a rise in gun violence and straw purchases, and so we're just here we're just here to check. Take no time at all. Take 5 minutes. Just go get your guns. So they're doing checks now. The ATF is using the records to go and check and see who is see if you have the guns that are in their database. I want to make sure everybody knows what's happening right now. So what they're doing is this is proxy voting. There's no speeches or anything right now. So each one of those members keeps stepping up there to vote on behalf of somebody else who contacted them. So they step up there on behalf of so and so and so and so and so and so.
Right.
All these Congress members vote yes, or all of them vote no. So this is they say voting will take 15 minutes. It's more like a 45-minute vote. You can see the vote totals there in the bottom. So 150 yays so far, 172 nays. And now this was a motion to recommit the bill by Congressman Fitzgerald from Wisconsin. I'm sorry, it's been 4 hours on this video from Wisconsin. So they're going to go through this vote, and then it's very possible they do the full floor vote right after that on HR 1808. So
I'm going to pop back in here, Ben. I mean, Stephen Anderson makes a good point. A lot of people were talking about that ATF video, and I'm just going to say it. And Stephen says the same point I'm going to make right now. If that ever happens to you, folks, here's your law-abiding rights as an American citizen. In fact, I would say here's your duty as an American citizen, a law-abiding gun owner. If the ATF ever comes to your home and says, we just want to do a random check on your firearms, you give them the middle finger and tell them to get off your yard. Unless they have a warrant to come into your home and seize your property signed by a judge, there's no cooperation with this. None. You tell them to leave your property immediately. And if they refuse to leave your property, you call the police yourself and say you've got trespassers on your property. You want them gone. This kind of stuff operates on a confidence game. If they've got a warrant, they're not going to come and knock on your door politely. They're going to break into your house through that door, and they're going to grab your guns by force. So if they come to your house and they knock and say, hey, we just want to verify your firearms, you can say, this is your one-fingered salute. Get off my property. You'll never get me to verify anything when it comes to my gun rights. If you don't leave now, I'm calling local law enforcement. That is your response, folks. Commit that to memory, because that's what we're talking about. We're going to see it happen more and more. It's already underway. Dettelbach is the ATF director, for heaven's sake, and these guys are cranking up the heat. Dettelbach is a madman, and this guy wants to extract vengeance on the gun owners who tried so hard to keep him out of that position. They're going to do this more and more as they have the time and the manpower to do it, and they're counting on us to just sit back there and say, well, okay, I have nothing to hide, so I guess you can come in my house. Nothing to hide, folks, but you have your rights to maintain. You have your freedom to maintain. Don't give them an inch. Dylan says, can you please explain what's happening right now? Dylan, we're voting right now on a motion to recommit. This is not the final vote. This is a procedural motion before we get to the final motion. Ben, if you could delete that crap, whatever you can do to dump that. We're getting spammed by some porn.
They love spamming us, and that's one of the risks. Hey, that's one of the risks of freedom and free speech is these people get to jump in here and they're all it's just trash spam.
So we're on this motion right now, Dylan. We have not got to the full vote yet. That is coming later on yet tonight. We're not quite sure what time. It might happen relatively quickly. We've already had a full hour. No, was it 2 hours? 1 hour, Ben. Turn that up. Turn it up.
She's just proxy voting, Aaron.
Yeah, doggone it.
We'll vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Man, it's Marjorie, so I'm always going to see her flip the damn table over, and like stand on top and start railing against these tyrannical bastards. That was Marjorie Greene from Georgia. She's one of the best, one of the most ferocious champions for gun owners right now in the Congress, in the entire Congress, and especially in the House. So, Dylan, that's where we are in the process right now. It's going to be a little bit yet tonight. And the big question then, as always, is what's going to happen in the Senate, but we're going to deal with that battle once we get past this vote here tonight. How many are left, Ben? We're getting pretty close here or not yet?
I think we're getting there.
Is that Madison Cawthorn? I haven't seen him since he got laughed out of Congress in his primary.
Motion to recommit.
So we're at about 350 votes, give or take. So we're getting there.
65 or 70 left, give or take. So
speeding up. Janice says, go Marjorie. We agree. This is it's been a hell of a fight, you guys. They don't want to, I tell you this, they don't want to be doing this stuff right now. They don't like it. Pelosi doesn't like it. I mean, they love the policy, but they're risking a lot and they know it. So they've been getting hammered on by gun control groups and leftist psychos to move some of this stuff. And we know that much of what happens in Congress happens in a vacuum, happens in an echo chamber. So while there's millions, tens and tens of millions of Americans who are totally opposed to this stuff, all some of these people can see is what's being bombarded in front of their faces or what they're talking about in these caucus rooms. So we'll see. It's going to be tight. It's going to be very tight.
Who are the rhinos voting nay, says Jacob. Jacob, we'll give that list once it's all said and done. Right now, there's still voting going on, so we can't see the exact votes at the moment. So we're going to wait and see.
Tell you what, it's nice. I'll tell you, it's nice to see a lot of people in the comments section talking about, standing up against rhinos. There was a time not too long ago where Republicans, they're people didn't talk about rhinos. Republicans got to screw over gun owners over and over and over and over and over. And gun owners kind of got used to it, and Republicans still got all the votes, and nobody ever had to actually do anything for gun owners. But now there's a hell of a lot of people out there, people like you and me, who are sitting here going, look, I don't care if it's a Democrat trying to take my guns away or a Republican trying to take my guns away. We're going to fight against you every step of the way. And that, to me, bodes well for the future of the Second Amendment movement, where we've lost this trust in these institutional tyrants and the media who are always working against the American people. And now we're standing up and saying, you're going to deliver or you're going to be bounced. That's just the way this works. So very exciting to see.
Yeah, this was discussed in a video last night, Ben, we did, or 2 nights ago. I mean, there's a lot going on right now, which is bad, but there's a lot going on that's good as well. We have a whole, as a gun rights movement, what we've had for the last generation before we all got involved in this fight, you, me, Patrick, Chris. For the last generation, frankly, what we had was we had a lot of lethargic people who sat there and didn't frankly engage, at least not with the veracity, not with the aggression that was necessary. And in that vacuum, what we saw was Democrats and then rhino Republicans take and hold gun rights back, or lock gun rights down, depends on if it's a red state or a blue state. We had the Midwest, for example, where you and I are from, Ben, one of the last states in the country to pass even basic shall issue laws was places like Iowa and Wisconsin and things like that. And a lot of that was allowed to happen because you just had so many people that kind of sat back and said, well, somebody else will deal with that. Combined with there wasn't the technology, there wasn't the tools to keep a ride herd on these people. And what you're seeing now is a whole different iteration and generation of gun owners, because this generation does not play by those rules. We demand loyalty from politicians. If they don't get it, give it to us. We will come after them at election time. AFA is leading that charge all across the country right now in state and especially federal races. There's going to be an example of this. For example, whoa, Patrick, you're mic'd, so you know. There's going to be an example of this Tuesday night, we believe, in Missouri, for example. Gun owners in Missouri were sick and tired of the crap coming down them from Eric Greitens, and they're about to throw him into the gutter of Missouri political history and send in somebody else who apparently is going to fight a hell of a lot harder, Eric Schmidt. So we're seeing this happen across America right now. We're not winning every fight. I'm not saying that. But gun owners are fighting harder. We're fighting smarter. And guys, it's a hell of a time to be involved in this fight. We got to keep it up. We can't, it's not any one fight, not any one battle. It's a nonstop war. So guys, you've got to be involved in this fight with American Firearms Association. The link there is across the bottom. Join AFA.org. Join AFA.org and get involved in this fight, guys, today.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment real quick, guys. And if I break up, just let me know. But it'll be interesting to see the vote count here tonight. As you heard earlier, Pelosi was wheeling and dealing on this so-called police funding bill. It will be the ultimate act of betrayal if Pelosi lets 3, 4, or 5 of her Democrats vote against this bill and 3 or 4 or 5 Republicans vote for this bill. And it's a very real possibility. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible. So in other words, if any of those Republicans just voted right, she wouldn't have the votes. And I think that's what's going to be most interesting when we look at the final vote count here tonight. She probably has her caucus line because they are coming back in mid-August to deal with this police bill. And she's probably just promised the Cori Bushes of the world and the AOCs that they're going to get concessions out of that bill. Just vote for this bill standalone tonight and end it. So they keep all the Democrats in line. I suppose we'll see a few Democrats vote against it, but maybe not so much that they need Republican support, but it'll be interesting to watch. And this vote is almost closed, and she's got almost every single Democrat in line here. So plus 1 Republican, which, who knows who that is.
Who is that so far? Is that Jacobs? Is that Kinzinger? Who is that, Patrick?
I don't think we know yet.
Okay. All right.
I don't think we know yet. Could be Salazar, South Florida.
Yeah.
Could be Gonzalez. Could be anybody. But yeah, I mean, you could see a cavalcade of Republicans vote wrong on the final passage here. I think they'd be idiots to submit themselves to that, but you certainly could see that. So Keith says, explain the motion to recommit, passage the yay and nay. The motion to recommit was requested by the Republicans. So a nay vote is going to be a victorious vote on this. We, of course, would want a yay vote. I'll be honest, I don't know exactly what would happen. Well, here's the final on this.
The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Ohio?
That's for the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests yeas and nays. Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
This is it, folks. This is the final vote now. The motions are done.
Does the gentlelady from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bob Good of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. Good will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Jeffries of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Jeffries will vote yes on H.R. 1808, Assault Weapons Ban of 2022.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, and Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Barr, Mr. Guthrie, and Mr. McHenry will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Red flags and Wagner.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Congress members Cahaley, Mike Thompson, Andy Levin, Bordeaux, Vargas, Swalwell, Richie Torres, Planeta, and Keating. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
So there's so many proxy votes tonight because it's Friday. People are trying to get the heck out of town, and you just can't get a late flight or, whatever. So we heard our ally, Matt Gaetz, had to leave to go back to Florida for a campaign event. His primary is coming up soon. So you're going to see a lot of proxies here, guys.
Votes happening very quickly.
Yeah, there's some members who just don't even show up. Yeah, they are. They want to get in. They want to get out there, and they want to either get out of town or go do a little debauchery around town, a little drunken debauchery there in D.C., huh?
Yeah.
Hang out with maybe Barney Frank's in town, and, they want to, Cicilline wants to go. Anyways, I won't go there.
You never know.
Yep. So, I guess this guy has his daughter there.
Dollar of Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce of Pennsylvania,
Maybe his granddaughter, I don't know.
Comer of Kentucky. All those members will be voting no on passage.
All right. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Spear of California, Mr. Fernandez of New Mexico, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Katko of New York. Kinzinger, Rice, and Katko will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Kinzinger voted no. Katko voted no.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. McCabe, Georgia, HBS8, I inform the House that Ms. McCabe will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 1808.
Scott Franklin there of Florida.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware and Mr. Beasy of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
The Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wenstrup of Ohio, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Wenstrup, Mr. LaHood will both vote nay on H.R. 1808.
So who do we have? We had Kinzinger, Katko, Peter Meyer.
Speaker, as the member designated by
Can't remember who else he mentioned.
Representative
They were big rhinos. They voted correctly.
H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does Mr. Weber from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Perlmutter, how did I miss your birthday? Happy birthday. And as the member designated by Mr. John Carter, Kay Granger, Troy Nails of Texas, Paul Goes, Arizona, I inform the House they will all vote nay on the HR 1808.
So I see two Democrats voting no so far.
California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Ilhan Omar, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HR 1808.
Ilhan,
bitch. From Texas seek recognition.
Take him away.
Mr. Babbitt of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Babbitt will vote no on 1808.
For what purpose does my friend from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Neal will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
He's
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
One Republican.
Tom Tiffany in Wisconsin, pursuant to House Resolution, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 1808.
3 Democrats, 1 Republican.
What purpose does my colleague from Colorado seek recognition?
Yeah, no is the good vote, folks. No is the vote we want to see.
Ms. Williams, Ms. Moore, Mr. Caston, Ms. Bass.
Got to be
Mr.
Jacobs.
Ms. Sherfless McCormick, Ms. Strickland. I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
A yes vote is the vote for the assault weapons ban.
Seek recognition.
Okay. So 4 Democrats no. Chris Jacobs has voted for this assault weapons ban.
Colorado, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, Mr. Green of Tennessee, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Mr. Johnson of South Dakota. I inform the House that all of the above will vote nay on H.R. 1808. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms.
Booty
Bush,
Latina.
I'm going to make you a cocktail.
I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 1808.
Guys, join up tonight. Join AFA.org. Lots of battles lay ahead, guys.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas and Ms. Maliatakas from New York, I inform the House that they will vote no on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the
Thank you guys for the comments. You guys have some phenomenal content in your comments, and you've made a 4-hour-long video stream flow a lot better. Stephen, man, you're a brother, man. We appreciate you.
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, I inform the House that Ms. Steele will vote no.
She's a big rhino, this woman.
08.
Dow Hurst, no, right now it's tight.
From Florida.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smith, C. Maloney of New York, Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Christ of Florida, Ms. Rice of New York, Mr. Deutsch of Florida. I inform
Are
the
we
House.
winning or not? We are not winning so far, guys. We need 2 more Democrats to vote wrong and no Republicans to vote wrong.
Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House
Alex
that
Mooney
Miller will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek
I feel
recognition?
like I'm walking the green mile.
As a member designated by Mr. Boyle, Mr. Rupersberger, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Jones, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Newman, I inform the House those members will vote yay on H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, I inform the House Representative Johnson.
What the heck? Slow down.
He's rocking and rolling. He's got a fight to catch.
From New Hampshire rise.
Hey, you're probably right.
We're designated by
Look
Ms.
at that one.
Bustos, Ms. Craig, Ms. Frankel,
Lady looks
Ms.
like a dude.
Mr. Duke Blumenauer,
It's a short
and Mr.
Natalie.
Ryan.
Dude looks like a lady.
That these members
Dude looks
will
like a
vote
lady. Yeah, whatever.
H.R. 1808.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, this is member designated by Mr. Carolina from the House. Mr. Wilson be voting.
Dylan
nay.
White, another dude.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek
gosh.
recognition?
Keep it clean, people.
Alabama, Ms.
That
Schakowsky,
dude played
Illinois.
for his
I
escort.
don't even give a crap.
Nadler in a dress.
Sorry, no. For what purpose does the
Nadler in
gentleman
address.
from
Robert,
North
I'm
Carolina-
out.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bobert of Colorado, Mr.
There he is.
I inform the House that these members will vehemently vote
Party
no.
animal. How
Over
embarrassing.
lets the party animal on wheels.
For what
Proxy
purpose does the gentleman from
Yeah.
Indiana seek
Was that
recognition?
dude from Aerosmith?
Mr. Gibbs of Ohio. I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 1808.
Kyle says, how many votes are there? Pelosi needs 416 to pass, Kyle.
216.
Or, yeah, 216. I'm sorry, 216.
Gentlemen, rise.
So they've lost 4 Democrats and gained 1 Republican. What that means is we need 2 more Democrats to vote with us and no more Republicans to defect. That's what it would take.
Can you repeat that one more time? I turned the audio down. Just run through that one more time, please.
So there's 220 Democrats and 211 Republicans. That means it takes 216 to pass. So if Pelosi loses 4, that leaves her at 216. If she loses 5, am I breaking up?
You're good.
Crowd is coming. If she loses 5 and no Republicans vote wrong, then she loses. But we've got 1 Republican voting wrong, so that brings it back equal. So she needs to lose 2 now, if my math is correct, in order to lose this vote. 2 more Democrats.
Got it.
Because if she loses 4 and gets 1 Republican, she's golden. If she loses 5 and loses 1 Republican, she's golden. There's 5, so it's equal now. You see, so this is what this traitor Jacobs from New York is allowing to happen. These 5 moderate Democrats, they all walked into Pelosi's office. They said, I can't vote for this. They said, you know what? There's one guy over there who's going to vote with us, and you can have that vote. You can vote against this. And that's the traitor. This guy, Chris Jacobs, will never be able to lift his head again in politics anywhere. Anywhere.
Right. Oh, Bill Paulson says that we're missing Minnesota CD1. That's true. There's not a sitting congressman.
Yeah,
that was a Republican.
Vacant.
Yep.
There's 4 vacant.
Okay.
And here's the other thing is that there's another vacancy, or that vacancy is going to be filled soon. It's going to be I don't know about that. There'll be a Republican in it. So that's the urgency right now. Had she waited another 2 or 3 weeks on this, she'd only have 3 that she could lose. Because Republicans, it's going to go 212 or whatever it is.
Right.
So there's 2 Republicans now. So now we need 7 Democrats. So who are the 2 Republicans? Jacobs. It could be Gonzalez from Ohio.
My money's on my money's on Kinzinger.
He already voted no.
On this or on the motion?
Somebody just proxied for him no. From what I remember.
I believe that's accurate.
So it could be Salazar from Florida. She just spoke. I was ranting when she was up there. Could be the guy Gonzalez from Texas. I think Uvalde was in his district. Could be Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio. Could be Franklin, Brian Franklin from Pennsylvania, who was undecided on this last week. So if those 2 Republicans had voted correct and those 5 Democrats, which they likely wouldn't have, had voted the way they did, we would win this vote and they wouldn't have the votes to pass.
Yep.
Wow.
So just imagine the traitor. You campaign on the Second Amendment. You go around and you ask people for votes, Pennsylvania or wherever you are, New York, and then you get here, you say, you know what? I'm not coming back anyways. I'm just going to stab right in the freaking back. Imagine that betrayal, man. What a betrayal.
But it just goes to show that going forward and for the rest of time, there's no reason to take anybody at their word. There's no reason to trust a rhino over a Democrat. These people will stab you in the back depending on who they are. You can't just go, well, there's an R by their name. And the worst Republican is better than the best Democrat. That's another one of those propaganda talking points. Because look at this. We currently have more Democrats voting no on this, and Republicans are voting yes on this. So clearly, people made good choices in some places and bad choices in other places. 209, 205. We just climbed another one.
It's pretty sick, too. I mean, we can say this because it's easy on the outside, but how can Kevin McCarthy, and I get it, he's probably going to be this next speaker, how can he not wrangle these two people in? Well, they're not, and we can get to the term limits debate if you guys want to. This is the case against term limits. When you don't have to face election again, you can vote however you want. And so that's what we ran into here on the Republican side. This guy Jacobs, he's not running. So he doesn't care.
Yep.
So screw you guys. I used you, and now I don't need you anymore. I want my MSNBC TV deal. I was the brave Republican to vote for the assault weapons ban. If that, I guess it would take 7. But if one of those Republicans switched their vote, Pelosi would still have enough votes. So we'd need 7 total Democrats if all things remained equal. 216 will do it. There it is.
Crank it, Ben. Yeah.
So I should know this, but I'm just going to ask this rhetorically. Is there going to be a yays and nays here as well on a recorded vote? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and then somebody requests the yays and nays again.
Well, I mean, Jordan called for the yays and nays to get this. They were going to voice vote this thing already, and then Jordan called for the yays and nays.
Okay.
Crank the audio, Ben. Here we got Pelosi coming there right now.
It's all the way up. The mic's not on yet.
Here she comes. It's Pelosi at the rostrum there.
Who's that last Republican, man?
Maybe proxy.
On this vote, the yeas are 217. The nays are 213.
Well, doesn't this make your blood boil, huh?
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Go get drunk,
Somebody
you dumb
didn't
hag.
vote, huh? Yeah. I don't drink. I just eat expensive ice cream.
All right, guys, if you're in right now, you want to know what's going on. We just had the final vote in the House on Nancy Pelosi's assault weapons ban. The vote was 217 to 213 with one member missing tonight on the Republican side of the conference. The question right now then is what happens next? If everybody who's flooded with comments and questions right now, this was the House vote. It now has to go over to the Senate. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not by any means.
1254 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 5118. With the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, kindly take the chair.
So we're done here with that.
Yeah, exactly. This is the House vote. So if everybody who's asking, that's correct. This now goes to the Senate. Let me tell you right now, we have a much stronger chance of defeating this in the Senate. I'll also tell you that we had a bunch of Republicans who screwed us over on this vote just a month ago on the other gun control bill from Joe Biden. Tim Hamilton gets the comment of the hour. He says, all I can say is good luck on your flight to Taiwan. If you're not sure what Tim means, you should be Googling and see what China has said they may do. They may shoot that plane out of the sky, they said in the news earlier today. So props to you, Tim. So we have a fight coming in the Senate. We got a big one coming up. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, guys. We have more information for you guys on that. Once we get past the weekend, we may have floor action. We may not have floor action. McConnell is not totally stupid, but he's pretty stupid. So we're going to wait and see what happens. The GOP might lock up on this, but we might see a bunch of them defect. We saw Roy Blunt defect on this, on the gun issue last month. We're going to wait and see what happens. But guys, now is the time to join up and get involved in this fight. We are fighting in states across the country, putting pressure on key senators, key members of Congress, and we need your help to get involved right now. Go to joinafa.org. Look, the NRA raises hundreds of millions of dollars a year from gun owners across the country. And tell me, have any of you seen their ads on TV over the last 2 weeks opposing the assault weapons ban vote? Have any of you seen a freaking digital ad, for God's sakes, opposing the assault weapons ban vote? Have you seen or heard radio ads? You've seen nothing from them. They have probably raised more money in the last 18 months than the last 4 years combined, maybe than the last 6 years combined, because the last 2 years of Obama, he was a limp noodle. Under Trump, they probably didn't raise very much. These guys have raised more money in the last 18 months than in years.
Yeah.
And how much have you seen them do to fight back against this? Where the hell is Wayne LaPierre? I mean, when is the last time even seen this man alive? I mean, do we even know? Is Wayne LaPierre even alive?
For me personally, I've been just getting hammered with ads and emails asking for memberships, more money, join the NRA, join the NRA, join the NRA, join the NRA. It's like, why haven't I seen any ads on Angie Craig? Why haven't we seen any ads on Cindy Axney in Iowa? Why haven't we seen anything other than fundraising out of these freaking yahoos? All they do is try to raise money, and that would be totally fine if they actually spent it going after these people like the big dog they're supposed to be. But they won't do it. They haven't done it in a long time, and they're not doing it now.
This is so simple.
We are.
This is so easy. If they had spent $100,000 on TV in 4 or 5 different congressional districts, this fight would have never even got to the floor. If they had dumped just a tiny percentage of what they raise off the backs of gun owners, this never would have got to the floor, because a dozen Democrats would have gone to Pelosi and said, we're going to die politically if we take this vote. We will not do it. So guys, you've got to get involved in this fight today. Join AFA.org, www.joinafa.org. We are fighting as hard as we can, but we need your help. There's a lot coming up in the Senate, and we've got to keep the heat on now.
Yeah, Robert says he's pissed off. I've got a little bit of information here, guys. Go back to about an hour ago if you were watching. The Democrats, I think it was Steny Hoyer, said in 1994, whenever the heck it was, they had 46 Republicans vote for this bill. Tonight they had 2. Okay? So you can extrapolate the points there that you think I'm trying to make, guys, is that we still have traitors within our midst, and we've got to make sure that as we go into the next Congress, we don't allow any sort of this nonsense from the Republican Party. But the 2 Republicans who voted for gun control tonight, who allowed Pelosi to pass this bill, Chris Jacobs of New York, who said he was going to vote for this, and Franklin of Pennsylvania. His name's Brian Franklin. Could be Scott. Brian Franklin of Pennsylvania, guys. Traitor, all of them are traitors. There's no doubt about it. And as Aaron said, the NRA was missing from this battle. They have hundreds of millions of dollars, and they didn't do anything. They did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing in this battle, guys. And I go back. Aaron wasn't on earlier, 2 weeks ago or a week ago at the judiciary hearing. The American Firearms Association was the only gun rights organization who even bothered to show up to this hearing. Who even bothered to show up, guys. So all I can appeal to you tonight, and it's certainly a disappointment, join up with our organization, join AFA.org, walk away from the NRA, go with who you know and who you see fighting these fights, and that's the American Firearms Association, guys. Aaron said it. Let's not rest on our laurels that this thing is going to die in the Senate. David Hogg said it today or yesterday. There's going to be shootings in the next few weeks. They're going to come right back for this when something happens. And the fake news media will push it as well, guys. So be pissed off. Be pissed off at these Republicans who jacked up here and screwed us all. And just be ready for the next fight. Be absolutely ready for the next fight, guys. I know we've been on here for quite a while. Ben, you got anything to say, or Aaron, to kind of wrap up the show here tonight? I know
I just want to thank everybody. You know, we've been streaming for a little over 4 hours now, 4 hours and 16 minutes. My clock says. I want to thank all of you who stuck with us throughout this process. fought this fight this far with us. Big thanks to Donna and all the rest of you who have joined the American Firearms Association tonight. We're going to have all the details tomorrow. If you're not following us on the American Firearms Association, you can follow us on Facebook. You can follow us. You can subscribe on YouTube and follow us on Instagram as well. Follow us on those platforms. We're going to tell you who the Republicans were who voted for the assault weapons ban, the air. We're going to tell you who the Democrats were who voted against it. We're going to give you all the details. And again, all the next steps, right? Everything we have to do going forward here. We're going to lay this all out for you in the near future. So if you're watching us right now for the very first time online, like the Facebook page you're watching it on, subscribe to the YouTube channel you're watching on, get on board with this fight with us. We're not going to let up. We're going to keep pushing every step of the way. So get on board. Go to joinafa.org. Thank you for joining us tonight. Share this video with your family and friends. And when you do, tell them that if they want to see the bill pass, they have to fast forward like 4 hours and 10 minutes into the video, and then they'll see what's what. Then they'll get to see the end of it. But that's all I have for right now. Aaron, if you have anything, otherwise,
hey guys, now's the time. This is the fight of our generation. Get involved in this fight. You see young radical leftists like David Hogg pushing. We need young, aggressive, conservative gun owners to be fighting now. Get involved in this fight, guys. Join AFA.org. It's been a hell of a long week. We're going to take a weekend here. We'll have more information for you guys on Monday on the next stage of this fight. For everybody who's hopping on right now asking for the recap, the House has just passed Nancy Pelosi's assault weapons ban, aided by 2 traitor Republicans and aided by the complete inaction of the NRA. The fight now goes to the Senate. We're going to have action alerts for you guys all next week. For the time being, guys, that's what we have. Share our video. Join the fight today. Get your family and friends involved, and we'll keep you guys informed. Have a great night.